Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Nurses in the News. Good morning. We are here. Welcome. Waiting for court to start. Where are we all checking in from today? Drop your specialty in the chat and where you're checking in from. I don't know who the witnesses are for today. I'm like drinking my beet juice here. Beet juice is terrible, but it's good for you. So I try to juice it in the morning and get it down. We are here waiting to see. So we should be hearing from potentially maybe these therapists. I would think that the prosecution would call this Leticia Dukes to the stand. Her name has came up a lot during this trial, so she should be on the stand. Good morning, Hillary. Good morning, Resilient Mindheart from Connecticut. Whoop, whoop. Connecticut in the house. Drop your nursing specialty in the chat. Look, we're trying to be on time. I'm trying to get the chat started at exactly like 9:15. Get the live started on time. Look forward to hanging out with you guys today. Actually, looking at this here, court never starts on time. Actual court, they never start on time. So, yesterday was a lot. I'm still not convinced that the defense is putting on a good defense. They're focusing solely on, Lindsay being. They're focused solely on her being suicidal, but she's on trial for homicide. So I'm like, we need to get to, okay, even if you're going with that, okay, she was depressed, she was suicidal. When is the psychosis going to come into play? When is her hearing voices going to come into play? It seems like the only person that knew she was going to harm her children was Patrick. I mean, that's the only person that she told that. So we will see. Jersey in the house. PA is here. Good morning, everyone. Tennessee is here. Good morning. The nurses are entering the chat. They're still not in court. They probably have some issues going on. I think the judge is supposed to rule today on whether the TikToker can take the stand, the social worker from TikTok. So we're just waiting along with everyone else. Good morning. By the time I get on, I'm rushing to get at. I'm totally not a night person. I'm not a day person. Like, this is usually my bedtime. I'm not a day person at all, but because of the trial, I'm getting up early, especially not in the summertime when the kids are not at school. I work nights most of my career, so I don't sleep at night at all. So I'm generally up all night. But I've been trying to get in bed on time so I can be up for court, up bright and early for court. Yes, this internet urban legend about Patrick actually being the one to commit this crime has went so wild, and you know that we can't even get ahead of it. I mean, TikTok derangement syndrome is really a thing. We can't even get ahead of it, because I actually today saw a defense attorney, a lawyer, online making a video on TikTok with this whole theory that Patrick committed the crimes. All right, nurse gang, we are heading into court.
Do you still have the driver in the DVD?
Yeah.
I might be right.
I don't think I made that mistake.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do, as you know, I'm going to ask you those questions to make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions, and then at that point, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. All right. So we'll get to the questions. First question is: any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Last question: is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, great. Thank you for following those instructions. Today, we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. The anticipation is that we will go probably similar to we had the last couple of days into the afternoon. All right, and then after that, before I send you home, I'll talk again with counsel in regards to the schedule for the rest of the week and kind of where we are. All right, so when you leave here today, you probably have a little bit better idea as the schedule for the rest of the week and into next week. All right, so so with that, I think we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Buckingham.
Your Honor, Commonwealth would call Daniel Lawlor to the stand, please.
Oh, what is this?
Morning, sir. Once I start right there, raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant's class shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
Hi, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Yes. First name's Dan, last name's Lawlor.
And where are you employed?
With the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your rank with the state police?
Sergeant.
And how long have you worked for the state police?
9 years.
At some point, did you work in an assignment with the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office as part of the State Police Detectives Unit?
Yes.
And how long were you with the Plymouth County DA's Office State Police Detectives Unit?
From March 2021 until June 2025.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. Do you recall going out or responding to an incident that occurred in Duxbury?
Yes.
And the incident occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And you're aware that that involved a death investigation where 2 children had been declared deceased, and at the time there was another child that was being treated at the hospital?
Yes.
What were you asked to do, or what was the first thing you did in relation to this investigation?
I responded to the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth.
And why did you go there?
I was advised by my supervisor to respond.
Okay, and were you aware that a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy had been transported there to South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And when you arrived at South Shore Hospital, was a Duxbury police detective already on scene?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
Detective Matthew.
Now, when you, meaning the State Police Detectives Unit, are involved in an investigation, is it common that you would utilize the services of the Crime Scene Services section of the State Police
Yes.
and the Crime Scene Response Unit?
Yes.
And in this case, did members of those 2 units respond as well to the South Shore Hospital at the time that you were there?
Yes.
Do you recall who from the Crime Scene Services and the Response Unit responded?
Chemist Maureen Hartnett and Trooper Rostoffers.
Did you have the occasion to observe Lindsay Clancy at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And she was in the emergency department, correct?
Correct.
And was she able to speak, or was she intubated?
She was unable to speak.
Did you observe her to have medical equipment and being treated while you were there?
She had medical equipment attached to her person, yes.
And did you observe her to have injuries, visible injuries?
Yes.
At the South Shore Hospital, in addition to speaking to Detective Mafia and assessing Lindsay Clancy, did you do or serve anything on the hospital themselves?
Yes.
What did you do?
A preservation notice.
And what is a preservation notice?
The preservation notice is to preserve the defendant's urine and blood.
And you provide that to staff at the hospital to ensure that the blood is saved unless and until a warrant is obtained for that material?
Correct.
And in addition to serving the preservation order, did you collect some items that were removed from medical staff that were on Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes.
What did you collect, or what did they provide you?
It was her clothing and wedding ring and wedding band.
If I may approach the witness.
Well, she's putting her gloves on. I have no objection to any of this, Judge.
Okay. All right.
As far as, Sergeant Lawlor, as far as the items collected, when they're received from the hospital staff, what do you guys do with them?
So it goes, originally went to Detective Mafia from Duxbury pleaded, then it went to me, and then it was documented by Trooper Stoffers, and then some of it will go to the office, or will go to the crime lab. In this case, went to the crime lab.
Okay. But as the state police trooper on scene, the investigator on scene, you at some point retain custody of the item.
Correct.
And I'm just showing you a paper bag. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the bags that generally the detectives unit or crime scene uses to put particular pieces of evidence inside of it?
Yes.
Since I just struggled to put the gloves on, I'm just going to show you the item if that's okay. So, I'm showing you one item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
What do you know this item to be?
Not sure.
Is it a piece of clothing that you obtained from the hospital?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a woman's tank top?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to observe some staining on the front? looking close.
Yes.
And again, it's cut down the middle.
Correct.
This is how it was received from the hospital.
Yes.
I would move to admit the tank top as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 223.
Thank you.
Showing you another item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And what are these?
Jeans.
And these were also cut and off the defendant and received by the medical staff at Social Hospital.
Yes.
And on these jeans, you see a little bit of staining on the front.
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 224.
Thank you.
Just showing one more item.
I think this might
Is
matter
that
now
familiar to
because
you?
everyone's
Yes.
definitely trying to say
Appears
she
to be
didn't
a
do
woman's
it.
bra, correct?
So this
Correct.
Cut
definitely
down the
might
middle.
be pertinent to revisit this again.
Yes.
And it has some staining in the front, in the middle where the cuts are.
Correct.
And is this an item that was collected that was on Lindsay Clancy's body on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit this as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 225.
Thank you.
You indicated there was also some rings that were collected, correct?
Correct.
And eventually these items were then taken by forensic scientist Hartnett, and eventually they get returned to the State Police Detectives Unit in your experience. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Now, in addition to going to the South Shore Hospital on January 24th, 2023, did you go to any other hospitals?
Yes.
Which hospital did you go to?
Boston Children's Hospital.
And why did you go there?
I was advised to go there by my supervisor.
Okay, and did you learn that one of the children, Callan Clancy, had been transported to the Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And were you there to just obtain what his current status was at that time?
Yes.
And the time that you were there at the Boston Children's on January 24th, fair to say he was still alive but noted to be in critical condition?
Yes.
Now, in the early morning hours of January 25th of 2023, were you aware that a search warrant was obtained for the home of 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And in your time with the State Police Detectives Unit and during that time in January of 2023, how did you guys approach the execution of a search warrant?
So the house would have been frozen pending the search warrant being signed. Once it's signed, we begin the execution, and crime scene would document the residents inside and outside before we would go in.
Okay, so when crime scene goes in and they document, you're familiar, they use photographs and video, right?
Correct.
And once they've gone through and documented the scene as it was secured, do you, as part of the detectives unit team, then go in the house to begin search?
Yes.
And fair to say there are a lot of hands on deck during something like this?
Correct.
And in this instance, the detectives unit was searching the entire home at 47 Summer Street, including 3 floors, basement, first floor, second floor, as well as any vehicles that were on the property.
Correct.
And in addition to people or troopers with the detectives unit, were there other local law enforcement also assisting?
Yes.
And what was your role that night or that morning in the execution of the warrant?
I was the evidence officer.
And what does that mean?
I document evidence that is located by investigators during the search warrant.
And so at that time period, when you're executing a search warrant and searching a place like a home, is the information that you know at that point what guides the search?
Yes.
So you don't know what you're looking for unless you know what happened, right?
Correct.
So in this circumstance, fair to say the state police had limited information about what had actually transpired in that house.
Correct.
But each and every room was searched, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
And your role was just to document items that were going to be collected and returned to the State Police Detectives Unit?
To document items that would be collected and either go back to the state police detective unit or to the crime lab.
And fair to say, when the crime lab takes items back to the lab, they have an entirely different process on how to monitor, track them, and inventory the items, correct?
Correct.
So in this particular warrant execution, did you engage in the search?
She didn't commit the
Yes.
crimes.
And you said you documented what other members of the group found and located where they located it, correct?
Correct.
And so you, as the evidence officer, were aware that Trooper Rabbit located some prescription pill bottles in the kitchen that morning, correct?
Correct.
And so, as the evidence officer, were you responsible for kind of keeping custody of those bottles?
Correct.
At some later point, after those bottles were photographed and collected, did you inventory those bottles?
Yes.
I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 155, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
So Sergeant, just showing you this bag here. It's already been marked, Exhibit 155. I'm going to show you 4 pill bottles. And you could take a look at them. Do they look familiar to you?
Yes.
So the first one I'm looking at is labeled trazodone. And as far as how you inventory these, what do you do when you inventory them?
Just count them.
Okay, so do you also review the information on the label as to what should be in the bottle or what the original prescription was?
Yes.
So as far as the trazodone, it says filled on January 12th, 2023 with 30 in it. And so you counted to determine how many were left, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say there were 20 remaining in this bottle when you inventoried it.
Correct.
The diazepam, 5 milligrams, date filled January 9th of 2023 with 14 as the quantity. You counted what was in this bottle.
Correct.
And there's 2.5 left in there, correct?
Correct.
And diazepam, 2 milligrams, date filled January 16th, 2023. It has 3 listed on there, right? In type.
Yes.
But there appears to be like a pink mark through it.
Correct.
Did you put that pink mark on there?
No.
Would that have been there when the bottle was seized?
It could have been.
Okay. But regardless of how many it said were the quantity, you counted how many were actually in this bottle.
Correct.
And fair to say there were 9.5 remaining in that bottle.
Correct.
And the last one, amitriptyline, 10 milligrams. It says date filled January 16th, 2023, quantity 30. And you counted how many were left in this bottle as well?
Correct.
And there were 22 in this bottle.
Correct.
And you documented that as this was put into evidence in the state police.
Yes.
Mostly full. Mostly full. Wow.
Did you search in the upstairs master bedroom of the house during the search warrant?
Yes, I assisted with the search.
Did you locate anything that you documented or collected to take back to the state police?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, what did you locate?
I believe it was a baby monitor and a Google Nest camera.
Okay. Did you observe the room, the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you search in a nightstand that was next to the bed?
I don't recall searching on a nightstand next to the bed.
Were there other investigators that were also in the room searching other areas of the bedroom?
Yes.
And as far as any additional work you did on this particular investigation, again, fair to say the detective unit works as a team and divides up work and for follow-up. Correct. And you participated in some follow-up investigation by speaking to some witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you were also asked to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital where the defendant was following the sheriff's department, keeping watch of her.
Correct.
Do you recall what day you went there?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. When you went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, was she in her own room, or was she in like an open area?
She was in her own room.
When you were there on watch, did you go into the room, or were you outside the room?
Outside the room.
And as far as your memory of whether anyone else besides medical staff went in there, at any point when you were there at the Brigham Hospital, did you observe another individual come in to visit with her or meet with her?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was coming in?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was allowed in with a court order?
Yes.
Okay. When the person went in, did you know if it was an attorney, a doctor, somebody else?
It was not an attorney, it wasn't a doctor. It was, I believe, a psychiatrist.
And when that person went into the room, did you go in the room as well?
No.
And where did you stay?
Outside the room.
And when this man went into the room, did he leave the door open or close the door?
I believe it was closed.
And when he came out, did he speak with you?
It makes sense.
I don't recall.
Okay. But as far as you knew at that time period, that person was permitted to be in there and could close the door?
Correct.
Remember she said they put that
And you don't know
idea
what
in
was
her
said
head-
or
her
what was
head?
done in that room?
No. No.
Thank you.
She's going.
Mr. Reddington.
So your position was as a sergeant for the state police on these dates that you testified to?
No, sir. At the time, I was a trooper.
Trooper.
Yes, sir.
Were you assigned to the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
It would be the Plymouth County DA's office, meaning these prosecutors here, right?
Correct, sir.
Actually, you have an office in their office, right?
Correct, sir.
You don't have to call me sir. So on the first time you got involved with this case was on the evening of, was it the 24th or 23rd?
Tuesday. I think it was the 24th.
Okay. And do you recall what time it was that you went there?
To South Shore Hospital.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Approximately 7:30 p.m.
Now, at that point, you had known, obviously, that this was a major investigation involving the death of 2 children and 1 serious injury to another child. Is that correct?
Correct.
The media was absolutely insane all over the location of the house and in the hospitals and everywhere. Isn't that right?
I recall media at the house. I'm not sure about the hospital stuff.
Okay. It was a fairly horrific and largely attended to, if you will, event. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay was, when you went to the South Shore Hospital, that's where you saw her before she was transferred to the Brigham and Women's, right?
Yes.
When you went in to see her at the South Shore Hospital, she was in the emergency room, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that she was pretty well, she had the intubation tube in her mouth, she had tape on her face, she had her arms all taped up and wires and tubes and everything else, right?
Yes.
And it was a very confusing and, quite frankly, shocking sight to walk into that room and see her there in that condition, right?
Yes.
And you, about your duty, collected clothing and her wedding band, correct?
Yes.
And you went through all that with the items you seized, and you introduced those into evidence and noted what the government said appears to be stains, but it was blood on her clothing. Is that right?
I would say.
Appeared to be,
Yeah.
in your experience.
Yes.
Okay. Any shoes? Did she have any shoes, sneakers, slippers, anything like that?
I don't recall shoes. I think 2 black socks, but I don't recall shoes.
Right. I mean, if there were shoes on her person or brought to the hospital, the odds are that when they saved the clothing, they would have saved the shoes as well, right?
Yes.
So you took the clothing, and then you went to the Boston Children's Hospital, right?
Yep.
And then assisted in the search of the property with a search warrant?
Yes.
And were you the lead investigator at that point, or were you one of the guys just searching?
I was not the lead investigator.
But there was a court order, search warrant, right?
Yes.
And you, meaning collectively you, knew that you had a search warrant that authorized a search for a number of items, including medications or pills or pill bottles, right?
Yes.
I don't have to grab this and ask if you saw this. You never did see that, did you?
I did not recall seeing that, sir.
You don't know what, if anything, was inside that item, right?
I don't know.
And counsel asked you whether or not it's a collaborative effort on the part of the detective units, and that you all collaborate and work together. Can you explain that? Do you report to each other? Do you keep each other advised as to what you get for evidence?
Yeah, so when we go into a house, we're not familiar with the layout. We'll walk the house and figure out where bedrooms are located, and then essentially we kind of just break up into teams, if you will, and search the residence as evidence is located. And at that time, as the evidence officer, I would be alerted that, hey, there's evidence here. We're going to document and collect it.
Okay. And you videotape the scene and you take photographs of the areas, the different rooms, right?
I do not, but crime scene does.
But you were in the house and you were able to observe the rooms. You could see all sorts of wall hangings and paintings and fingerprints and handprints and all that stuff on the wall, right?
Yes.
Downstairs, you saw in the basement, or the finished basement, that there was an area that was an office, or appeared to be an office. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact layout of the basement.
Do you remember that items were seized from the basement, like a Mac Pro laptop, something like I have right here? There were two of them that were seized. You remember that?
Yes.
And from your investigation, you're aware that those would have been Pat Clancy's laptops, his business and personal laptop, correct?
At the time, I'm not sure who the laptops belonged to, but I know they were collected.
Okay. And how about Lindsay Clancy's, her cell phone? Was that seized, if you know?
I believe that was seized from the master bedroom.
From the master bedroom. And do you remember, was it located on the bed?
There was a phone located on the bed. I think there was another phone located in a dresser drawer. I'm not sure which phone was what, though.
All right. So both of those phones, regardless which one was what, did either one of them have blood on them?
I don't recall.
But if you guys were seizing the items in the property, such as the cell phone that had blood on it, in your experience, you probably would have remembered that, right?
Correct.
And you don't remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did notice a lot of blood on the floor and on the walls, on the mirror and the window ledge and that area. Is that fair?
I recall blood on the floor, by the mirror, and then blood on the floor going towards that back right window.
Okay. At no time did you ever come across or discover a, what do you call it, Apple Watch, right?
No, sir.
And after you all concluded your search of the home, and how long did that take? A couple of hours?
Probably. I don't recall the exact time we concluded.
Okay. The next thing you did was to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, is that right?
After the search warrant?
Yeah, she had asked you a question about Brigham and Women's. I mean, did you do something else in between? I don't know.
I don't recall exactly what I did after the search warrant, but at some point I did go to the Brigham.
Okay. Can you tell us when you went to the Brigham?
I don't recall the exact date. I was.
All right, so whatever date you went to the Brigham, you went there for what purpose?
She was transferred to that facility, and it was to maintain custody of her at that point.
So you were going to maintain custody of her?
So the sheriffs, I believed,
Right.
had custody of her, and then our unit was tasked to facilitate providing coverage over the next couple of days.
Right, and she was actually in the bed with all, again, tubes and all sorts of things coming out of her body when you saw her, right?
Yeah, she was in the hospital bed.
And she was in like an emergency room. It was a little small room with a lot of machines in it that took up a lot of space, right?
I don't think she was in the emergency room. She was in one of the floors.
One of the floor rooms, but it was an intensive care unit, right?
I believe it could have been the surgical intensive care unit.
Surgical intensive care. And when you went there to facilitate custody, who were you facilitating custody for? The DA's office?
Yes, essentially.
Okay. And whatever, do you remember how many days? Was it like 2 days, a week, 2 weeks after the incident that brought you to the house in Duxbury? Do you recall how long it was before you went to the hospital to maintain custody, facilitate?
I don't recall how many days, maybe 2 or 3. I'm not sure the exact count.
All right, so she had been transferred out of South Shore Hospital. She was transferred to Brigham and Women's Hospital. You went to Brigham and Women's Hospital. I imagine you had to go through security to get in there, right? Well, your badge, right?
At some point, yeah, we were probably assisted with security to get up there.
Well, you know that nobody could get access to Lindsay Clancy in that hospital, and I mean nobody, right?
Correct.
And this went on for day after day after day, to your knowledge, facilitating, right?
Correct.
Her parents couldn't get in to see her, correct?
I don't believe so.
She had an attorney that had difficulty, not me, but another guy that had difficulty getting in to see her. Isn't that right?
I'm not aware of that difficulty.
I had to get a court order to get a doctor in there to see her, didn't I?
Yes, it was a court order.
And when I got the court order, a doctor came in and met with Lindsay pursuant to that judge's order, and that was Paul Zeisel, correct?
I believe that's the name. I'm not sure if he was a doctor, but I believe that was the gentleman that came on the court order.
Okay, only because in your direct you said that he was not a doctor, but he was a psychiatrist. So, I mean, it's just, you knew that he had something to do with head doctor, psychiatrist, psychologist, something like that.
Correct.
Okay. Did he have to clear it with you to get into the room?
He checked in with myself and the other trooper. We were advised that he was coming and to let him in on the court order.
All right. Now, I wasn't there on that occasion, right?
No.
And when Dr. Zeisel, or whoever it was, went into the room to see her, it's your memory that he was allowed to shut the door. Is that correct?
I believe he shut the door.
Now, you were involved in this investigation pretty intensely, working with the DA's office, right?
Correct.
Isn't it fair to say that one of the contentions of the district attorneys is that Paul Zeisel, my doctor, that I got a court order to get in to see her, told her to call Pat and tell him that she heard voices?
Objection.
I told
Facing
you.
counsel to
I
sidebar
knew
in
it.
regards to this.
I knew it. I knew it. She said that she didn't start talking this I'm hearing voices, I heard voices or hearing voices rhetoric until the doctor that Attorney Reddington sent in there. Then she started with this, I was hearing a man's voice. This is the reason why this officer, because it was coming to my mind. I was remembering in his opening statement, he was saying, they had a cop guarding her door and no one could get in there. I had to get a court order, and they tried to say that I had the psychiatrist say she was hearing voices. So that's why it clicked into my mind that this was the officer. It made sense why we're going back. First I was thinking, oh, maybe it's because of this, Patrick rhetoric, but they're dealing with the facts here. That's fantasy on TikTok. This is reality. So they're dealing with the facts, and this is to put in place that, she was never hearing any voices until this doctor went in there and kind of, maybe guided that assessment. Wow. Oh, we're seeing it now. Now it's coming together. Now it makes sense. Had to go to the sidebar. Sidebar. Wow. Now it's coming together. Woo! Because even yesterday, we were all saying, when is psychosis going to enter the chat? There has been no psychosis. It only entered the chat after she saw, the psychiatrist from her lawyer that, probably guided that conversation. You were in all that trauma with tubes coming out of your body and all this, and you remembered you were hearing voices before you went through, you were in a coma, you coded, and you remembered that you're not in a psychotic state now, but you remembered you were hearing voices. They're not making the case for psychosis. It's not adding up. And she was never hearing any voices. Her husband never even said anything about voices. He said that she just said she, had some intrusive thoughts to her. He never, oh, I'm hearing a man's voice. No one ever heard this. Wow. They are better going with Jillian Meinhardt says they are better going with a she snapped defense versus psychosis. The evidence is just not there unless there is something major coming. I agree. We have seen nothing yet that points to that. Suicidal ideation does not equal homicide, right? Bipolar does not equal homicide. Depression does not equal homicide. And that needs to definitely be cleared up because there's already a stigma around mental illness. So to be just pointing to the fact that she had depression and bipolar, so all of a sudden she committed these murders. No, we have to clear that up. The baseline for people who are struggling with bipolar and or depression is not to take out their children. So that needs to be cleared up. Psychosis has not entered yet until now. And, the voices are going to come now, but the prosecution did say that, voices was never a thing until this doctor went in that room. And the door was shut. So you never know what was said. No one's going to ever know. Someone brought up a great point of view. You cannot stop in the middle of a manic PPD episode to act normal, then go back to the manic episode and then continue to unalive your kids. It was all premeditated. Exactly. She stopped in the middle of the act when Patrick called her. In the middle of the act when he called her. Mental illness doesn't work that way. You can't turn it off and turn it on. Wow. We are here, and the prosecution is probably gonna rest soon. I suspect maybe they'll call those therapists, but probably gonna rest soon. And I don't know what the defense would have to go on because the prosecution is showing the evidence and the facts. The defense is gonna have to try to come with experts and who are from across the country that weren't there, that have nothing to do with it. It's going to be very hard just to use solely just expert testimony versus what the facts are showing. Right now, the facts are not showing that this is a woman who was disorganized. She was the opposite. She was very organized. This isn't a woman who they said in the beginning, he said She was over medicated. Look at all the meds. We've seen everything that he said. Let's go back to the opening statement. Everything that he said in his opening statements have been proven not to be true. Look at all these meds. She was over medicated. We see she wasn't over medicated at all. What he was showing was the fill, the sheet from the pharmacy with all the prescriptions she actually had. But we clearly have seen now through the evidence, she was not taking all these meds at the same time. And they were very conservative. She wasn't overdosed at any time. So we see that's proven not to be true. She was overwhelmed. Nobody would help her. We see that's proven not to be true. She was literally every single day, almost starting at between 6 and 10 in the morning, emailing her providers, calling offices, having appointments, virtual appointments, this, that. So we see that that's proven not to be true. He said she had these deep cuts. It was a serious, unaliving attempt. We see that was proven not to be true. The records show that they were superficial. So, the way the opening statement was it was powerful. He led with his opening statement. It was actually, it was better than the prosecution's because he had everyone convinced that look at all these meds. This woman was asking for help. Now we see it's all not true. None of it panned out to be true. No one would help her. 2 therapists, a psychiatrist, a psych NP, several referrals to programs, inpatient hospitalization in which she left, day programs that she said didn't work out with her life logistics. Oh, she was a zombie. She didn't have any energy, but she's going to the gym every day. Picking her kids up from school, dropping them off here, there, going to the science museum, going to the water park, down at the Cape. None of it is adding up to what they said. This woman was calculated down to the T. She was calculated. So, she targeted Dr. Tufts because Dr. Tufts was a new physician. And Lindsay's a medical professional. They said she was an overachieving nurse. I saw a commercial with her. They used her in the hospital, commercial to explain to mothers about breastfeeding. She was very smart. She knew that Dr. Tufts wasn't truly an expert, and that was in her marketing, bio. She looked up Dr. Tufts, saw she was a new psychiatrist. Boom! She went right in there and manipulated Dr. Tufts. And then her whole plan of getting other providers in. I think she only went to South Shore because her mother-in-law stepped in and is like, well, I got somebody else that can help you. Because I think she probably was just going to keep manipulating Dr. Tufts. But then she said, I got so to keep up with the narrative, she has to say, okay, I'm trying to get this help. So let me go over there too. Julie Paul, things were going semi-normal with Julie Paul, but she was only with her for a short time. And then apparently, it looks like Julie Paul didn't just abruptly leave the practice. She was still there for a little while. I believe she gave Lindsay to Gelada because she knew Lindsay was going to be too much, and she just didn't want to deal with it. So she only dealt with her for a couple of days. Once Lindsay saw that Gelada was a fairly new psych NP, she was at that time, right? She had graduated in 2021, I believe they said, and this was all starting in 2022. Lindsay knew. She said, "Oh, I got her too. She had a perfect storm. Oh, I got a new psych NP. I got a new psychiatrist here," and she played them both. Calculated. I'm gonna call this one. I'm gonna email that one. I'm gonna go on an appointment here. So this looks like I'm trying to get all this help, and nobody would help me. I'm gonna tell them I'm feeling like I'm worried about suicidal. I'm having intrusive thoughts, but I don't have a plan, and I have a support system. She planned this down to the T. I believe her plan all along was to get rid of her children, and she destroyed everything around her. That's why I'm going strong with personality disorder. I'm going strong with personality disorder because this is looking like a personality disorder here. Wow, they are still on this sidebar. They must be going at it back there. She planned it. She planned it. She never wanted to be inpatient because that wasn't a part of her plan. You know, sitting in the hospital wasn't a part of the plan. Getting paralyzed wasn't a part of the plan either. I strongly believe that she had a personality disorder. She manipulated, she was calculated in every single thing that she did. She covered every base. Wow. But, you know, the defense, the prosecution, it's on them to prove that she wasn't psychotic and everything she did was organized and calculated. And I think that they're doing a good job of that. Wow. They must be back there going at it. Yeah, they do a lot of sidebar. Like, the judge wants to keep his courtroom really like condensed down. You know, he doesn't want any viral moments in his courtroom. He will go sidebar really fast if he thinks they're about to go back and forth. But Reddington is a lot more aggressive than than the prosecutors. He really goes in. And then again, he's working for himself, right? It's his own practice. They're kind of working for the state. So they have to kind of behave a certain way in there, but very interesting. I think she believed she was going to get away with it too. And like, just look, you know, she has millions and millions and millions of people rallying behind her. She has a lot of people, we're talking about millions of people rallying behind her, supporting her so much so that even though the evidence is right there, they're saying she didn't receive any care. Even though, like, they have got so delusional that they're believing she didn't even commit the crime. Like, it's very, very, very terrifying. So, you know, I believe she did think she was going to get away with it, you know, and she doesn't get to go free regardless. She's either going to be in a state hospital, like, she doesn't get to just waltz out of there, you know, that's not going to happen. But either she'll spend the rest of her days in a hospital or she'll spend them in a prison. I wonder what the jury is thinking at this time, because, I mean, it's very clear. You know, Kevin Reddington tries to blur, and that's why I think, you know, he wants the medical providers to say either yes or no. But no, these questions need some context. It's not just a simple yes or no, but he wants that, you know, that closed-ended answer. So it leaves the jury like, what do you mean you didn't check it out? No, you know. And then you find out later on redirection that it was in their notes, or they said this or did that. Okay, guys, we are back on.
All right, so members of the jury, like I said to you, I think a couple of weeks ago, sometimes I got to talk to the lawyers for a little bit longer than it takes over here at the sidebar. So this is one of those situations. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room just for a couple of minutes, I think, and we'll bring you right back in and we'll resume with the testimony. Okay?
Court, all rise. Good. No folks on chairs. This way, please.
Good morning, Chloe.
seated.
All right. So, counsel, what we're going to do is we'll have it just so the record's clear. The jury's out of the room at this point. We will just conduct a short voir dire on the issue that we talked about over at Sidebar. So I'll allow Mr. Reddington to ask questions at this point, and then I'll allow Commonwealth to also ask questions. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay, thank you. So you're in the hospital at Brigham and Women's, correct?
Yes.
And when you're there, with the purpose of, obviously, with other law officers to enforce the fact that she's in custody, Dr. Zeisel, or a doctor, came in pursuant to a court order, right?
Yes.
All right. And obviously had been cleared through security and went into the room where Lindsay was laying on the bed, right?
Yes.
You don't know, or you don't recall, if he closed the door or if he kept the door open or if it was half open. You just don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of preparing this case for trial, that you have worked and collaborated with the prosecutors, the two district attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And you guys would talk about theories of the case and evidence that they want you to run down, perhaps as an investigator, or try to obtain, or interviews and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the theories that they had indicated to you is that Patrick Clancy had indicated to the investigators and to the grand jury, I believe, that Lindsay called him from the hospital, right?
I recall that.
And that Lindsay used that doctor's cell phone to call him from the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they basically had a theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall exactly when.
Do you remember where the conversation was?
No.
You don't? Okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically when.
And who was it you were talking to?
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers, is it McGilligan?
Probably. He's the case officer, so I imagine it probably would have been with him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yeah.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily specifically, but do you have any memory of talking to the prosecutor about, quote, this, end quote?
No.
So what is it that your memory is that the trooper, whoever it may have been, or the investigator for the state police may have been, what did that person tell you?
That at some point when Lindsay was in the hospital with the doctor and the court order, that she made a phone call to Patrick and they discussed circumstances of the case, and then that he was interviewed later on and communicated this phone call to, I believe, Trooper McGilligan.
And what did McGilligan tell you about the conversation? What the theory or the understanding was that
during the conversation, Lindsay communicated to Patrick that she had heard voices in her head.
And there was also the conversation regarding the psychologist is basically the one that planted that idea in her head, right?
The conversation between Trooper McGilligan and I?
Yeah.
I don't recall that specifically. I just recall the facts that are communicated to me that there was a phone call between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay, you already said that. I know, and I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off, but let's cut to the chase.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you are voices. You know what that means when someone hears voices, right?
Yes.
You may not hear voices. I may not hear voices, but some people might hear voices, right?
Yeah.
That was discussed with McGilligan, wasn't it?
Yes.
And what is it that he discussed with you about Lindsay hearing voices?
That's what she had told Patrick on the phone call, that she heard voices.
And when she told Patrick that she heard that on the phone call, the prosecution
To give a prisoner
determined that it was
prison.
Zeisel, or whoever that doctor was, you don't recall, that told her
Wow.
to say that for some type of a defense, right?
I don't know what the prosecution determined. All I can say is that's what I recall, the conversation between Lindsay and Patrick.
Okay. About when
The voices.
The voice.
Yeah.
And the conversation also included the fact that it was the psychologist that planted that idea in her mind. That's the theory, isn't it?
That would be the theory, but I don't recall having.
Wait. Your answer is that would be the theory, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Agreeing with you that that's
Okay.
what was discussed.
All right. And this would be you and is it McElligan?
McKelligan.
McElligan.
Yes, sir.
And you're unable to assist us, though, with any of the detail. You do recall that there was a conversation about that.
Correct.
And in the conversation, it was about the conversation that Lindsay had with her husband, indicating about voices, right?
Correct.
Using the psychologist's cell phone, right?
Correct.
And there was an indication that the psychologist told her to basically say that. You just told us, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Attorney Buckingham.
Sergeant Lawlor, at the time that you were at the Brigham Hospital and at the time the doctor came in, you didn't know anything about a theory of the case, correct?
No.
And you didn't know or overhear anything in outside that room about conversations between the doctor and the defendant, did you?
Correct.
And you indicated that you never had a conversation with the prosecution about their theory of the case, did you?
Did not.
So anything that you recall was simply conversation with another trooper in the unit.
Correct.
And as you sit here in your testimony today and testify about your memory of that particular night, is anything about that conversation with Sergeant McElligan guiding your testimony?
No.
You changed, or has your memory changed as to that incident after you had this conversation with Trooper McElligan, or
No.
Sergeant McElligan? And in fact, you don't know anything about whether there's any evidence about Dr. Zeisel giving or prompting the defendant to have that conversation with her husband, do you?
No.
All you know factually is what came out of the investigation from what Patrick said the call was and who he said the call was from and how the call occurred, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So, if I may, Judge?
Yeah, please.
So basically, my contention is that you're obviously up here testifying as honestly as you can. It's pretty apparent, right?
Yes.
And you're very consistent with your oath, and you understand that it's important. And you're trying to, it may be difficult, but you're trying to explain what your memory is about conversation with the lead investigator, McElligan, right? I mean, you're trying to tell us what your memory is, right?
Yes.
So your testimony pertains to your conversation with the lead investigator, McElligan. It's got nothing to do with the fact that you don't recall this or you don't recall that. What you've testified to is for the judge to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. All right. Why don't we do this? I'm going to take about a 10-minute break at this point.
Okay.
And we'll come back out and we will resume cross-examination. Okay?
Court, all rise.
All right, please.
All right. Court's taking a break. Highly inappropriate that the psychologist gave Lindsay his cell phone, his personal cell phone, to call her husband. She was in custody, so she was a prisoner. Prisoners can't just pick up a cell phone and call someone, right? Calls have to be monitored. It's a whole, and when you're in custody in the hospital, I think you can use the phone unless the officer is there monitoring the call. The psychologist definitely was up to no good with me hearing this, because you have to know that that's inappropriate. No prisoners are getting on the phone. She had just killed her 3 kids. How do they even know that Patrick even wanted to talk to this woman and use his phone to call her husband after she just murdered their 3 kids? That is so out of line that I don't know what. it does seem like they were up to no good. Exactly. Jail phones record calls, right? So on the cell phone, you know, if you're having an only thing that's not recorded, right, is if you're meeting with your lawyer. But this is something that would have had to be monitored because he wasn't a lawyer. It was the psychologist. I'm actually mind blown that a medical professional, a psychologist, entered a room of a woman who just killed her 3 kids, who was under police custody in the hospital, and pulled out his personal cell phone and let her call her husband. I'm mind blown. Because how do you know Patrick even wanted to like, you invaded his space and then get him, you know, like, what was it? I don't know how long later. Maybe it was a week later, they said. And then get her on the phone with him talking about those murders. Wow. The psychologist should be brought up on discipline. That's highly inappropriate. Like, seriously. Highly inappropriate for the psychologist to do that. Wow, and it was a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. Wow. The judge loves his breaks. And, oh, why don't we take a 10-minute? His 10-minute will be 15 minutes. And hopefully that psychologist gets called, and hopefully the prosecutor brings that up, that it was inappropriate, because Kevin Reddington let that out. He let that out, that there was a phone call, you know, he let it out and admitted it, you know, that the psychologist gave the phone up. Inappropriate. The psychologist should have never done that. You knew that this was going to be a big, you know, this woman had just killed her 3 children. Wow. Inappropriate. Inappropriate. I worked corrections for many years. You can't just pick up a cell phone and call. It actually was a felony for us to bring our cell phones into the prisons. We couldn't bring our cell phones inside. It was against the law. You know, in state prisons, I don't know how things work in the feds. Things might be a little different there, but in state prisons, absolutely not. Wow. Court is on a short break. One thing this judge gonna do is take his breaks. Like, seriously. Let me talk about this. We gonna go to sidebar. All right, let me, okay, I can't figure this out. I gotta go to the side. Like, every single time he's on his side, because I'm certain at 11 o'clock he will take another break. Then at 1 o'clock he's definitely going to lunch. The judge does not play about his work-life balance. I am still mind blown that the psychologist gave Lindsay his phone to call her husband. That's so inappropriate. That's very inappropriate. He invaded Patrick's, space by doing that. She just killed their kids. Patrick wants nothing to do with Lindsay Clancy. No matter what he says, I forgive her. No, they got a lawsuit going on. He wants nothing to do with this woman at all. It seems like even in their marriage, he was tired of her. That's why he was showing up at these doctors' visits. He's like, what is going on? What are they telling you? Why are you not getting better? He was done with the sadness, and that's why I believe I'm going to go with borderline personality disorder. She wanted that attention, and she was fine until Patrick said he was going back to work. Yeah, he needed permission to go into the room, but the door was shut, because he identified himself to the state trooper as a doctor, or psychologist, or whatever he said, that he was a medical provider, so, that he had the right to be in there without the cop in there. But that should have never happened. She was a prisoner, and unless they were doing some type of, female exam, just to have a simple talk, he wasn't an attorney. That shouldn't have been privileged. The state trooper should have never let them shut the door. That should have never happened. She doesn't get that type of privacy. You get that with your attorney only. You don't get that with doctors and things like that. They should have stayed in there with her. Curious if this psychologist will take the stand, and what will he have to say for himself. He should be disciplined. He really should. I'm not even sure. Do they have much about psychiatrists? Do psychologists have a license? Only if they prescribe, right? They don't prescribe. They just give therapy. I don't really know how psychologists work. I don't really know, because different states do different things. Different states do different things, so I don't know if they hold any license. I don't really know. Yes, I do not blame Patrick, and I'm pretty sure he didn't want that call from Lindsay. Okay, I think we got action. We're back.
Lindsay Clancy, all parties are present excluding the jury.
All right, Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
Sidebar. You just came back from a break. this judge and his, I've never seen any court ever do this counsel sidebar, break. Like, God, why can't he say what he needs to say? The jury's not even in there. We are back with the action. We're back.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Members of the jury, thanks for your patience.
The jury
We were
is
able
back.
to deal with that issue. And so we're going to return now to the cross-examination. We're still going to take a morning break, as I've told you before. Might just be a little bit affected by the fact that we just took that you took that break. We didn't take that break. So with that, we're going to return to the cross-examination. Mr. Reddington.
Sergeant Lawlor, we're at the point where you are assisting, if you will, in the custody of Lindsay at Brigham and Women's Hospital when you observed a doctor enter into that area and ultimately into her room. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the door was either closed or open or halfway, you don't recall, which is understandable, but you just don't remember if it was closed completely or open a little bit, right?
Correct.
But either way, you weren't eavesdropping or trying to hear anything, were you?
No.
And then when the doctor finished talking with Lindsay, at some point, you as investigators were aware that the doctor had allowed her to call her husband and use his cell phone to speak to her husband, correct?
I later learned that, yes.
And you later learned and knew from the investigation that it was fairly recently to that point that the tubes had been removed from her mouth and she was able to at least talk to a degree, and then she talked on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And after that, fair to say that you did not, when I say you, I mean collectively, all the police officers investigating for the DA's office, you did not see any reports or anything that would indicate what, if anything, was said between Dr. Zeisel and Lindsay in that room, right?
Correct.
And who is Sergeant, is it McElligan?
Sergeant McElligan, yes, sir.
And Sergeant McElligan, Joshua,
Yes.
he's the lead investigator in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time, he was a sergeant and you were a trooper, right?
At the time, we were both troopers.
Oh, both troopers. Okay, so you both got promoted. And he, as the lead investigator, told you in a conversation, or perhaps more than one, that the government theory is that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to say to her husband that she heard voices, right?
Yeah, if you could rephrase that.
Okay. Did you talk to McElligan about the theory that Dr. Zeisel is the reason that she told her husband that she heard voices?
Yes.
And do you remember where or when that conversation occurred, or how many times that you guys discussed that?
I believe it would have been at the office. I don't recall exactly when.
Okay. And there's no investigator basis for that. That's McElligan's speculation. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you went there and you observed Lindsay after the doctor left, she's still obviously in the bed because she's paralyzed, right?
Correct. She was still in the bed.
Was she restrained by either soft restraints or handcuffs or whatever? Do you remember whether her hands or her wrists restrained to the bedpost?
I don't recall specifically restraints.
Okay. And you mentioned that the state police were there. That would be people that were obviously working with you, right?
Correct.
And do you remember how many state police were there that you were coordinating or assisting?
Per shift, there was 2 of us.
2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also there were sheriffs from the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department that were there, right?
So we relieved the sheriffs.
Okay. And how many sheriffs did you relieve?
I don't recall exactly. Probably 2, though.
Okay. And how about Duxbury Police? You recall the Duxbury Police being there?
I do not recall Duxbury Police there.
How about the security cops for the hospital? Do you recall them being there, either in the room or outside the room?
I don't recall them being outside the room.
Do you recall coordinating with the security boss, the head guy for the hospital security?
I recall having some assistance at some point from security to get up there.
Okay. And do you remember how
She
many
was a
days it
prisoner.
was
It's
that
not
you
uncommon.
were assisting in the custody situation of Lindsay before she was allowed to have family and me and different people visit with her?
I don't recall exactly how many days.
About a week maybe, or less, or longer?
Less than a week?
Less than a week?
I think, yeah. I don't remember exactly, though.
And even though she was allowed to have visitors, still the police presence was there, is that correct?
After I left, I'm not sure after I left what the visitation was like.
So when you say after you left, you mean when you left the hospital, you mean after you were finished with your tasked duty of dealing with her security and being under arrest?
Correct. After my assigned shift, I don't.
So after you were involved, obviously you don't know what happened after that?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Redirect, Ms. Buckingham?
Sergeant Lawlor, in your experience working in the detectives unit as a trooper, is it fair to say you oftentimes will have conversations as investigations are unfolding with other investigators that you're working on a case with about the case, potential evidence, theories of the case?
Yes.
And it's also fair to say that theories change over time based on your investigation and what evidence you find?
Correct.
Was there anything about a conversation that you had with Trooper McElligan about this theory that affects your testimony as you stand here today?
No.
And you didn't hear anything that occurred in that room that day that you were there when Dr. Zeisel was there, did you?
I did not hear anything.
Nothing further.
Just briefly, well, your testimony, basically, unobjected to, is talking about clothes that were seized at the house and the other investigation going to the hospital. That's it, right?
Objection. Beyond
Sustained. All right. All right, anything further? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Attorney Reddington to try to get that last word in, boy.
The Commonwealth would call Leticia Dukes as its next witness, please.
The therapist.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Terry, would you like to refer?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in the jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and you may have a seat.
Please hit the thumbs up.
Good morning. All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Yes, counsel.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My name is Leticia Dukes.
And how do you spell your first name?
Latiesha.
And how do you spell Dukes?
Dukes.
What do you do for work?
So I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I worked as a perinatal clinician at South Shore Hospital.
And what kind of education did you receive in order to do that?
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in mental health counseling, and a master's of education in mental health counseling.
And you mentioned the South Shore Perinatal Clinic. Do you still work there?
No, I do not currently still work there.
How long did you work there?
I worked there for about 5 years.
What did you do there?
At the perinatal clinic, I worked as a perinatal clinician, which involves like short-term therapy from prior to birth to postpartum, and supported with connection to care, whether that be therapy or higher levels of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization, or inpatient care.
And do you often collaborate with patients and other clinicians at the clinic or nurses about treatment plans for patients?
Yes.
And do you help to manage the treatment plans with the patient?
Yes.
How do patients, or strike that, for your role at the clinic, doing the therapy and being the clinician, are you often referred patients by the nurse practitioners or somebody else who had seen the patient or did an intake with the patient?
Yes.
And do you work with that prescriber or practitioner over the course of the treatment with that patient?
Yes.
And as far as your role and what you do with patients, is it fair to say that a large amount of your ability to work with the patient is based on your relationship and rapport that you develop with the patient?
Yes.
And do you rely heavily on things that they report to you when you're assessing them diagnostically and trying to help them come up with a treatment plan and offering therapy?
Yes.
And one of the things that might be important in that is to assess a patient's presentation each and every time you meet with them, right?
Yes.
So do you do that in each appointment or each interaction with a patient, assess them for various things?
Yes.
And what kinds of assessments do you perform?
So I typically perform a psychosocial assessment, which is getting their behavioral health history, as well as their current presentation and reason for coming in for therapy. So whether that be a specific diagnosis or current concern, or recent like crisis or trauma, and also a risk assessment that assesses how they're doing in that moment.
Okay. And as far as the therapy component of your interactions, is that largely based on the patient?
Yes.
And what kinds of therapy can you offer in that short-term therapy?
In that short-term therapy, we offer cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy. I also offer something called EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy for patients that have gone through trauma, as well as it could be even short-term support, like a couple of weeks until they're transferred to the appropriate level of care.
And in your sessions with patients, is there a minimum or a maximum time limit?
Typically, our program would go from birth to postpartum up to 2 years. If it did go a little bit over 2 years because of lack of connection to care, then it would go a little beyond that, but typically it's 2 years.
Okay, and that's the duration of your treatment or your interaction with patients. But what about in each appointment that you have? Is there a minimum or maximum time set by the clinic of when you see a patient in a particular visit?
Yes. So do you mean as far as like weekly or like hour, half an hour?
Well, I guess the question is, if a patient's coming into you because they were referred and you're meeting with them on a regular basis, how long are the appointments in duration? An hour, half an hour?
So appointments could be anywhere from a half an hour to an hour based on the patient need at that time.
And when you're interacting with a patient and you're making all those assessments, are there tools available to you if you feel or you experience that a patient needs a higher level of care or is heading or is in some sort of crisis? What tools are available to you for that?
So tools that are available to me is connection to my direct supervisor, as well as crisis coordination, as well as like the crisis support numbers that are in that area. So I could either call with the patient or sit with the family, create a safety plan, and the patient can call later on if they feel like they're safe to go home and they have supports at home.
Okay. And at some points, could it be that you would need to involve authorities like the police?
Yes.
And you also are familiar with the Section 12?
Yes.
And then that it's an involuntary procedure where the court gets involved?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you do meet with patients on that regular basis, either for a follow-up or an intake, is it a telehealth situation, an in-person situation?
It depends on what the patient is comfortable with and what the patient is able to do as far as like access. So we offer both in-person and virtual appointments.
Okay. As far as when you first meet with a patient, when they've been referred to you, that first intake procedure, is there a recommendation for whether that be in-person or telehealth?
All the perinatal behavioral health appointments for mental health counseling are in person, that initial visit.
And then the subsequent appointments are oftentimes directed by the patient?
Correct.
Would there be instances where you would insist or prefer that the patient actually come in person if they've elected for telehealth?
Typically, you prefer someone to come in person because they have either like fallen out of care or there are concerns for their safety for some reason.
Okay. And if you don't have those immediate concerns and it's the preference of the patient, do you often engage via telehealth?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy. Do you remember when your first contact was with her?
I remember it was around late November, early December.
Okay. And you're aware that she came to the perinatal clinic and was being initially treated by Julie Paul?
Yes.
And by the time you engaged with her, she had her care had been transferred to Rebecca Gelada, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had the most contact with Rebecca Gelada about this particular patient?
Yes.
And if I mentioned December 2nd, does that sound familiar as the first intake with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, as I said, around late November, early December, so that sounds about right.
Okay. And the intake appointment, was it in person with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, it was in person.
And what were the services that were being offered for her? Why was she referred to you?
So she was referred to me for postpartum anxiety and depression symptoms. That's what she was referred for.
Okay. And in this first intake, did you go through that psychosocial history with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And did you have some previous information from an intake with with Julie Paul, or did you do it fresh on your own?
Fresh on my own.
Okay. And so again, this is information that the patient is reporting to you about their history.
Yes.
And so in this instance, you noted that the defendant told you, or Lindsay Clancy told you, that she had had some prior contact with mental health, right?
Yes.
That she had engaged with a psychiatrist in nursing school, and that she had been prescribed medication at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she, prior to coming to the clinic, that she had been engaged with a psychiatrist.
Yes.
Did she identify what her concerns were, or what her presenting concerns were to you?
Yes, she did.
And what were the concerns?
Her presenting concerns were anxiety, lack of sleep, depression symptoms, frequent passive suicidal ideation, thoughts of wanting to die and no longer be here.
And had she reported to you that she had been on a number of different medications?
Yes.
And you're aware that those medications were being managed by the nurse practitioners in the clinic?
Yes.
And as far as your role as a social worker, do you often kind of get into the weeds with patients about their medication?
So I'm not a social worker. I'm a mental health counselor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. But I typically have an overview of medications, but I don't particularly get into prescribing or how to take medications.
Okay. And so what's the focus of your role in offering counseling services to women with postpartum anxiety and depression at the clinic?
So my role would be to create a treatment plan to address the concerns, which would be like the anxiety and depression symptoms, and work on coping skills and building community supports around that. Or if she needed a referral to a higher level of care, I would do that.
And do you come to your own conclusions as far as diagnosis goes based on your interaction with the patient?
Yes.
And in this first interaction with Ms. Clancy, you got her history. You also did some of those assessments, correct? Mm-hmm. And so as far as assessing her present condition, kind of how she presented to you, did you make observations of her mood?
Yes.
And do you recall her mood being low, that she felt numb and unable to laugh?
I apologize. If it's medical record, I don't have any objection, but I'd prefer not the leading. I have no problem if she reads from the record, though.
All right. If you could just, there's objection,
She should have
correct,
came with her own
leading
records.
question sustained, but is there so there's no objection if this witness, if you want to look at your notes, I don't know if you have your notes with you.
I do not. Do they have a copy that they can share?
I don't know if the parties have a copy that she could look at.
You should have came with your notes, Leticia.
I could.
Do you have a blank copy?
Well, I mean, it has like a date on it. It doesn't have a lot of notes on it. It just has a name.
I can approach page by page. It's fine.
Sure, that's fine. So if you need or want to look at the record, just let us know. We'll do that.
Sure thing. Thank you.
No way I would have gotten my records.
Sure.
I can speak that with her.
Sure, yeah.
So, Ms. Dukes, on this particular visit on 12/2, what was her mood?
So she reported having low mood and feeling numb.
Okay. And so you said she reported. So in the note that you're reviewing, these particular questions or these observations that you noted, are they based on her reports to you about these areas?
Yes, and as well as my observation of her.
Okay. So did it appear that her mood was consistent with what she was reporting to you based on your observations?
She appeared to have, if you can say, like normal mood. There was no like tears or sadness, or like there was no blunted interaction. She was able to make eye contact.
Okay. And kind of moving to what's identified in your record as mental status exam.
Yes.
What is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is an exam that's assessing how the patient is appearing, what she is reporting, as well as any concerns about safety, which would be any suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, as well as any intrusive thoughts or worry, any hallucinations or delusions.
Okay. And so in this exam, is it a mixture of what the patient tells you and what you're observing?
Correct.
Okay. And if I can approach you with another page, page 53.
Thank you.
In regards to, on this particular first encounter on December 2nd, when it comes to the mental status exam, were you able to observe her facial expressions?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her facial expressions?
She was tearful when discussing her anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And did you also ask those questions about thought content? You just have to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. And so what did she say about thought content?
So thought content, worry about her infant, and that she had an addiction to Ativan.
And you said you also, in this assessment, assessed suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
And so did you ask her anything more about those passive thoughts that you indicated she reported?
Yes, and what she reported as far as like passive thoughts were thoughts of not wanting to be here or no longer wanting to live, but no plan.
And is that significant to you, the fact that she identified there was no plan?
Yes.
And why is it significant?
Because if she identified that she in fact had a plan, then that would escalate me to see it as a crisis and request higher level of support at that time.
As far as your observations of her thought process, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
And her intellectual functioning, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
Did she report to you any past attempts to harm herself or others?
No.
Did you go through with her her behavioral health history?
Yes.
And other than what you indicated as the anxiety and sleep, did she identify any concerns around substance abuse issues?
So she did identify concerns about, not in her history, but in that visit, about misuse of Ativan.
And if somebody
Addicted to Ativan. She wasn't on it long enough.
expresses concern about that substance use, do you have a tool available to you to assess whether they have substance use issues?
Yes, so there is an assessment within the initial intake appointment that has a specific section to further assess substance use disorder.
Okay. And did you identify whether she presented with any substance use disorder issues?
I did assess that she did not present with any substance use disorder issues.
And as far as her expressed concern to you, fair to say it was focused on the one particular medication, the medication Ativan, correct? And why did you not find that to be an issue based on your assessment?
Based on my assessment and how she stated she was supposed to be using it, it was used correctly to remedy the anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And after this initial intake, I guess the first question is approximately how long is this initial intake appointment?
The initial intake appointment is typically an hour.
Okay. And after having spent the hour, gone through these assessments, spoken to her about her history, were you able to come up with or give an opinion about diagnosis?
Yes.
And based on her presentation to you, what was your opinion about diagnosis?
At the time, my opinion about her diagnosis was postpartum anxiety because she had a lot of anxiety about most things.
Okay. And so what were your recommendations as far as a treatment plan for her?
My recommendations at that visit was outpatient therapy, continued medication, and weekly visits with me.
Okay. And why did you recommend outpatient therapy on top of therapy with you?
So outpatient therapy was kind of like a blanket therapy, but more so like intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy.
And was your role in offering her weekly sessions an attempt to kind of bridge services and make sure she was getting everything she needed, or something different?
To bridge services.
And so after that meeting with the recommendation for weekly visits, did you begin to schedule additional visits with her?
Yes.
And after that particular visit on December 12th, did you send her any particular information?
Yes.
And how do you do that? How do you send patients information if you're not able to give it to them?
I can send it through my chart messaging.
And on this particular day, after your meeting with her, you sent her some resources about cognitive behavioral therapy, did you not?
Yes.
Your next contact with her was December 5th. Why December 5th, if you had just met with her on the 2nd?
That may have been the soonest available appointment that week for her.
Okay. And it was shy of the 1 week, right? Was there anything in your meeting with her on the 2nd that made it necessary to have a shorter appointment?
No.
This next contact on the 5th, was that in person or telehealth?
Telehealth.
And on this day, on the 5th, when you met with her, did she report some additional information or report how things had gone over the weekend to you?
May I see my notes?
Sure.
Leticia, you should have brought your notes, girl. Now, come on. You're in a national murder trial. You want to stand in front of millions of people. You can't be up there without your notes, man.
If it's okay, I'm just going to give her all the pages from that note.
That's fine.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
I'm just reviewing the note.
Sure. Take your time.
Leticia is saying what everybody else is thinking. Those
And
other
can you
providers
repeat the
are scared
question?
to say.
Sure. In that visit on December 5th, did she indicate to you or did she report to you how the weekend went for her?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say about the weekend?
She reported that over the weekend she had a difficult weekend, having intrusive thoughts about wanting to die, and that she had contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to having no SI plan, suicidal ideation plan.
And so when she reported the intrusive thoughts and having a tough weekend, did you follow up with her and begin to kind of talk with her about that?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about what she was feeling in those intrusive thoughts?
So in those times, what she reported was that it was continuous intrusive thoughts of not wanting to be there, but no plan.
Okay.
So kind of like the same report that she gave to Crisis.
Okay. And as far as kind of the difficulty of the weekend and how she was feeling, did she tell you how she was feeling?
No.
In that particular meeting, when she had talked about wanting to die or not wanting to be there anymore, did you kind of follow up with her about those statements and whether she had any sort of intent or plan?
Yes.
And did you ask her additional information and complete that full mental status exam?
Yes.
On that meeting? And were there any signs of psychosis or signs of mania or homicidal ideation?
No.
And at the time that you met with her on the 5th, was she currently having those thoughts about wanting to die? If you know?
Just reviewing the note.
Sure.
In that visit, she had no suicidal ideation.
Okay. And on this particular visit on the 5th via telehealth, did somebody else participate in the visit as well? I could direct you to page 45.
Disappointed that Leticia
45.
didn't review this before she came in. This is inappropriate, Leticia. You up here testifying at a national trial like this, and you didn't read your notes and don't know what's going. Come on.
Yes, her husband joined the visit.
And this visit, approximately how long was it, if you recall?
This visit was approximately 30 minutes.
Okay. And fair to say, focus of the visit was to kind of deal with that bad weekend and calling
Yes.
the crisis center.
Yes.
So what did you offer her as far as recommendations or assessments or assistance during this meeting?
So support during this meeting, I offered her support in connecting to, it seemed like she needed a higher level of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy, as well as we reviewed, one of her main concerns was also issues with sleeping, so we reviewed sleep hygiene and how to support better sleep to see if that would help with some of the intrusive thoughts.
Okay. And as far as the recommendation for intensive outpatient or partial hospitalization, did she want to connect with those programs at that time?
At that time, she didn't decline services, but she was interested in the information.
Okay. And so did you agree to send her some information?
At that time, I did not agree to send her information.
Okay. Did she ask for any other information in that meeting?
She did ask for information and support connecting to psychological testing.
And is that something that you do at your clinic, do psychological testing?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you make a referral for her to see somebody else in the clinic, or did you provide her other information?
So I discussed this information with the provider at the time, which was the psychiatrist and medication provider at the time.
And would that have been Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
And so did you subsequently send Lindsay Clancy some information about psychological testing?
Yes.
But there was no recommendation for it to be done at the clinic?
No.
Do you know why?
At the time, it sounded like she wanted extra support or like outside opinion as far as like diagnosis and medication.
Okay. And was the testing something that she brought up, or did it come out naturally in your conversations with her?
That's something she brought up.
In your meetings, did she want to, or did she discuss medication side effects with you?
Yes.
Okay. And what were your observations of her demeanor during this visit on the 5th?
On the 5th, one second.
Lindsay was doing everything but wanting to go in that hospital because she had a plan. And being locked away wasn't the plan. I'm not convinced that she didn't know what she was doing. If Leticia would have came prepared, she would have been explosive.
Her presentation overall was within normal limits. She didn't appear like anxious or different than any other visit I had with her.
And this is kind of your second meeting with her, right? And how many meetings did you have overall with her during the time she was at the clinic, if you know?
4.
So, but you had spent an hour with her on that intake where there's a lot of information exchange, right?
Yes.
So was there anything different about how she presented, how she spoke to you or answered questions during this follow-up on the 5th?
No.
And as far as the conversations about the bad weekend and calling crisis, did you have any concern that she was in crisis?
No.
And you made those recommendations for a higher level of care, correct?
Yes.
But nothing that would have prompted you for those other interventions that you've previously described to us, right?
Right.
Leticia is saying what the doctors wanted to say.
Did you ever in this visit see signs of mania?
No.
And is that something you look for?
Yes.
And did you ever see signs of delusions or paranoia?
No.
How about psychosis?
No.
Now, your next contact with her was December 12th, correct?
Yes.
Psychological testing.
And was that in person or telehealth, if you recall?
Telehealth.
And on the 12th, did you have further conversation with her about your previous recommendations about partial hospitalization programs?
May I review?
Yep.
Thank you.
Lindsay was manipulating and setting up a paper trail and prolonging until she got the courage to do exactly what she planned on doing.
Yes, we did have further conversation about recommendations.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she would be starting a program soon?
Yes, she indicated that she would be starting a partial hospitalization program in Norwell on December 20th, 2022.
Did she provide you any details about that program? Do you know?
No, just that she would be starting a program in Norwell.
Was that, had you referred her to any programs in Norwell?
No.
And in this meeting with her, did you continue to talk about her need for higher level of care?
Yes.
And did you make recommendations on a different program?
Let me look. Yes, I did make a recommendation on women and infants.
And why did you recommend women and infants, or why were you recommending this higher level of care?
I was recommending this higher level of care because of continued passive suicidal ideation, even with crisis intervention, as well as women and infants was more so for postpartum women, and the infant would be able to come to the program with her.
And so the program at Women and Infants is something that you're familiar with working through your clinic, correct?
Yes.
And you often make referrals over there?
Yes.
Do you require the patient's consent to make a referral?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy consent to the referral at that time?
Yes.
And so did you work to make that referral after that visit?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that she had continued passive suicidal ideation. In this meeting that you had with her, did you assess that? Her suicidal ideation? They still have that?
Yes.
Of suicide or wanting to die?
Just reviewing, hold on. So yes, she reported continued suicidal ideation at the time.
But did she ever indicate a plan?
No.
Having met with her on the 12th, thing that you knew about her at this time, now this is your third time with her, right?
Yes.
So what were you able to identify as protective factors for this particular patient?
At this time, she had supports, which were her husband and her mother-in-law. At this time, she was able to, from the past visit I had with her, able to contact crisis when she felt like she needed extra support. So she was able to follow through with suggestions that I had given her in the previous visit.
Okay. And based on your visit with her on the 12th, she accepted a willingness to go to one of those programs, right?
Yes.
Or at least be referred.
Yes.
So was there anything about your interaction with her on December 12th that warranted any of those higher levels of intervention from you?
No.
Now, the next time you met with her was on December 19th, correct?
Yes.
And was that the final time that you met with her?
Yes.
On that day of December 19th, was that in person or a telehealth?
May I review the note?
Sure.
Thank you. That visit was virtual, and what was the question?
That was the question.
Okay.
Thank you. So on this particular visit on the December 19th, did she report any further issues or anything that had happened between the 12th and the 19th that were of concern?
So she was continuing to have low mood and numbness. She did not have any SI and had no need for crisis intervention over that weekend.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she had been doing things at home to try to help with her mood?
Yes.
And what was she doing?
Let's see. She was spending time with family, and her children, and exercising.
Now, at this point, as the December 19th rolled around, had you already put in that referral to women and infants?
Yes.
And did you know if she engaged with women and infants by that point?
By that point, women and infants had reached out to her, but she had missed the call, but said she would contact them back.
Okay. Now, one of the concerns that you often talked about in your meetings with her was sleep, right?
Yes.
And in this meeting with her on December 19th, did she report any improvements in her sleep?
Reddington's going to try to tear her apart.
Well, if I direct your attention to page 13, at the top of the page where it says risk assessment, there's a category for neurovegetative disturbances. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you show me what you mean by page 13?
Oh.
What does it say 13?
I'm looking at prior ones. I don't know, those don't have page numbers, but the one I gave her has 13. It's December 19th.
Okay.
The last page of her notes.
It's this one here then, right?
Yeah?
Okay.
There
Okay.
should be 3 pages.
I got one.
What did you note under neurovegetative disturbances?
I reported that sleep has improved.
And that would be information that's reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You can't make observations of whether somebody's sleep has improved, can you?
No.
Okay. So in this instance, she told you she was going to follow up with the referral, that she was waiting for a call back, that she had improved sleep, but that her mood kind of had remained the same, low mood, numbness, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything about your interaction with her that day that was different from the prior interactions?
That day, she seemed to be more engaged. She was able to smile. She was able to laugh. And she was enjoying time with family.
And so did you look at that as something positive?
Yes.
Was there anything about your interaction with her on this day, on December 19th, that made you think that you needed to invoke a higher level of care?
No.
As far as in-person visits, did you have any other in-person visits with Lindsay Clancy after the 19th?
No.
Fair to say your contact with her was very limited after that point?
Yes.
And on December 27th, did you have some interaction with her and her husband?
Yes.
And why did you have interaction with them?
May I see the note?
Sure.
Reddington's gonna go in, because he ain't gonna let her see the notes. Unless he's being nice today, but I don't think so. Why did you not get all your notes, print them out?
There's 4 notes.
Color code them. I would have been so prepared. Your reputation is on the line.
Thank you. Can you repeat the question?
On December 27th, why did you have contact with her? Why did you make contact with Lindsay?
I was calling her to inform her that her referral had been completed.
Okay. And so you had a call with her at 10:23, 10:17, going back 9:44. Do you see that in the records that you have, the 4 notes that you have in front of you? They kind of go in reverse order.
Yes.
But prior to the contact about the referral being completed and just reaching out to her and letting her know, did you have a conversation with her husband?
Yes.
And was that at Lindsay's request? Did she give consent for that?
She did give consent for that.
Okay. And fair to say he was reporting concerns of prescriptions, right?
Yes.
And that's not your area in the clinic, is it?
No.
So did you refer him to the prescriber?
At this time, yes, I redirected him to speak to the prescriber.
Okay. And again, in each and every encounter that you've had, did you further recommend that she engage with a higher level of care, either a partial hospitalization program or an outpatient program?
Yes.
Now, at any point that you were interacting with her between December 2nd and the last contact with December 27th, albeit limited, did you ever have any concerns about her physical well-being?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about the physical well-being of others in her presence?
No.
Did you ever see or observe any signs of mania, delusion, or paranoia?
No.
Any signs of psychosis observed by you?
No.
Did you ever have any difficulty understanding what she was saying or notice any differences in her speech patterns?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns that she wasn't accurately reporting things to you?
No.
And did you ever feel the need to collaborate with your provider for a higher level of care or an additional intervention?
When I did, yes.
And so would that be for the calling the police section to have our safety?
Hold on. Go ahead. Last that, and then we'll.
My question was, in any of the times that you engaged with her, did you ever engage with your provider to come up with a plan for safety planning, Section 12, or any other of those interventions you discussed before?
No safety or Section 12, no.
So as far as recommendations, would you agree that those were the recommendations for higher level of care?
Yes, for IOP or PHP services.
Okay. And on that last visit that you had with her, she reported doing things outside of the home, right?
Yes.
And that stood out to you?
Yes.
As what?
As an improvement in mood and ability to connect with others.
Okay. Thank you. If I may have a moment to put these back together.
Why don't we take the delayed morning break at this point? So hopefully be a little bit shorter than normal, but we'll get you, you can stretch your legs. We'll have you back here in a couple of minutes. Okay?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks.
So we're heading into break. I am not seeing any psychosis here, and it seems as if I said this yesterday and the day before. You can't fake mania and you can't fake psychosis in a long assessment. Generally, providers will pick up on that. But you can go in there with a flat, demeanor, especially if you're a nurse and you know what depression looks like. But when she was in there with Leticia, no flat affect, like she forgot to turn it on because she's probably like, this is just a mental health counselor. Leticia was still assessing mood and everything else. And she said Lindsay was talking, and some of these days where I'm gonna have to go back and look at the exact days, but some of these days that Leticia spoke with her, she had also spoke with the providers, or they seen her on telehealth and were saying she was flat and she seemed depressed. And then on with Leticia, she's talking regular, no flat affect. Leticia is saying what Dr. Tufts and MP Gelada wanted to say, but they just didn't want to seem insensitive. This is what I believe. But Leticia is like, her mood was fine. She didn't have any depressed affect. Her mood was fine. So we will see. We will be back after the break. Of course, the chat is open, but Court is on recess for 15 minutes. It's cut. I'm in OBS right now. How do I crop the So while we are awaiting for court to resume, Leticia Dukes, social work, mental health counselor, she verified she's not a social worker, she's a mental health counselor, an experienced mental health counselor who was working in the South Shore Perinatal Clinic with Julie Paul and Nurse Gelada, saying she didn't see Lindsay as sad. Her mood wasn't depressed. She didn't have any flat affect with Leticia Dukes. She never seen it. And every time an outpatient program or hospitalization was on the table, Lindsay said no and came up with something that she knew wasn't going to take place. Now, I don't want to go into this outpatient hospital program, but how about psychological testing? I'm on benzos now. I think I'm addicted. Leticia said she did the screening. She wasn't addicted to benzos because she only had the amount of what was prescribed, and there was no excessive use or dependency. She didn't fit the bill for a screen. So basically, you're not addicted. You're taking what's prescribed in a low dose of Ativan at that. All right. I feel Leticia saying what Dr. Tufts and definitely Gelada. She ran her in the ground. She called her so much 4 or 5 times a day, playing games, not taking the meds, not wanting to go to therapy. They gave this woman more recommendations and resources than I've ever seen, but none of that was ever going to work for Lindsay because it never was her plan for it to work. It never was her plan for it to work because I don't believe she was sick. And now listening to Leticia, I don't even believe she was depressed. I think it was all an act. All of it. Because she had a plan, because she was done with those children. And I haven't seen one witness that proved me different. Like I said, you can't fake mania and you can't fake psychosis. Someone is talking to you and assessing you, and you're truly psychotic. One of these providers would have caught on to it. But you can play depressed. Lindsay was up Googling all night, figuring out exactly what to go in there and say. And she knew not to say I have a plan because she knew that they would have papered her. But I still believe they should have papered her anyway. They should have had all the records and been looking at how many different providers she's calling crisis. You have got to get papered. They should have PEC'd her and made her stay in the hospital for, I'm not sure how long it is in mass, usually 10 to 14 days the max. They should have PEC'd her and made her stay in the hospital because she wanted to be everywhere but the hospital. I'm not convinced that she didn't plan this and that she was psychotic. I'm convinced she planned this and was psychotic. Like, I don't know what Kevin Reddington can do. He's going to put on experts, but these are the facts, all right? Experts can just talk about what generally happens. These are the facts with this case. This woman was a sociopath with a personality disorder, with a plan to get rid of those kids, and she planned it every step of the way. She was Googling all night the meds. Let me tell you something. Yeah, you may get put on a med, for sure, especially if it's not your area of nursing. If you're a labor and delivery nurse and you get put on a psychiatric med, listen, it's not uncommon to Google it. You might Google it and just see. But her excessive Googling, along with getting the providers were explaining these meds to her and what they do, how they work in the body in detail. Lindsay was Googling so she can see what the side effects state so she can be relaying that back to providers. Rebound, anxiety, and all this. She was looking at exactly what the side effects were saying so she can tell the providers she is having these side effects. Oh, I'm getting worse. Like I said, I could go in to my doctor and I can talk like this, I'm depressed. We can play at having a flat affect. Look, actors do it all the time. It's not uncommon. she made sure she put on that act in front of the providers. But she got in front of Leticia Dukes, and she forgot to get in character. And she said her mood was fine, you know. Listen, I don't think she was sick at all. Not in that way. Sick with a personality disorder, but not depressed and severe postpartum. Asking for a lawyer, you know. I believe the psychologist did put it in her head about hearing the voices, telling her to do it. This woman was never hearing voices. This woman was never going to kill herself. That was never the plan. She wasn't going to kill herself. Lindsay was done with those children. She still wanted her husband, but she was done with those children. And that's what I believe, because Patrick was very involved in like her care and, you know, showing up to these appointments and trying to get answers. They had a nanny. Kids were in school. She could have very well went to that day program if she was truly trying to get better. She wasn't sitting in those programs because it was not in her plan. I think this whole time she was setting this up as her alibi to say she had postpartum depression and nobody would help her. I think that was her alibi the whole time, and I think she was just building up the courage to actually carry out this act. This is what I believe. I don't think Lindsay was sick. I just don't. Yep, she wanted control. And Dr. Gelada is the one that, MP Gelada is the one that introduced this theory about bipolar, you know, said, well, maybe it's bipolar. With a patient like Lindsay that was that, you know, that much of a, you know, calling constantly and, you know, scrutinizing every little thing and being non-compliant and not listening, unless she was going to actually give her that diagnosis, sit her down and say, listen, she should have said it right there with her and Patrick. You have bipolar. But all this in messages, this could be bipolar. Because she said that opened up the door for Reddington to say, okay, we can run with this now. She should have never put that in notes to a patient who was like Lindsay, you know, who was overly calling, not compliant, not following through with the treatment plan, coming up with all these other decisions. If they say, like she said, we're telling her to go to a partial hospitalization. She's talking to me about psychological testing, okay? We're telling her to take the Ativan. She's not taking much. She's telling us she wants to taper off because she's addicted, okay? Dr. Tufts is giving her all these suggestions about what to do to get better. She's talking to her about ketamine. It was all a part of her plan to have a lawyer like Reddington say, I did this, I called this person, I called that hotline, I called this, I did this, I asked that. I was so sick, I was looking about, you know, depression resistant, I didn't know what to do. She never took any of those meds for a 30-day course. It was all 7 days, 4 days, 2 days. Lindsay didn't want the meds in her system because she wasn't sick. She wanted those benzos though. And I believe it was Patrick that was like, you got to get off the, because look, when MP Gelada started saying, well, maybe this is bipolar in the meeting with Patrick, he immediately got defensive and was like, my wife isn't bipolar. That right there opened my eyes to Patrick didn't want that stigma on his perfect, you know, upper suburban family. He didn't want that stigma. He didn't want a wife with, you know, mental illness. And that's why I believe he already had one foot out the door in that marriage, because that wasn't the life he pictured for himself. You know, constant sadness. They can't go out around friends and family because she's looking sad. It was all for his attention. But she didn't realize that was driving the man away. She had a personality disorder, I believe. Exactly. Where the providers went wrong, and I think, you know, where the providers went wrong, I would say in 2 instances where they were wrong. One, they should have papered her and put her in the hospital. she wasn't taking medications, and she kept saying she was having intrusive thoughts, even without a plan. This might change psychiatry moving forward. They might say, you don't have to have a plan now to be put in the hospital, on a emergency certificate. If you even say you're going to kill yourself and you're having any type of thoughts, you're going in that hospital. That's probably going to change the way psychiatry is moving forward. Lindsay knew what to say at that time to not get hospitalized. And they're thinking she has this supportive family, she has a husband right there, she has in-laws. Yeah, so what I was saying, where the providers went wrong in this case was not putting Lindsay in the hospital, plan or no plan, this excessive messaging, this non-compliance with meds, and this, she was literally calling these providers every day, even on weekends, she was sending them messages. They didn't get the records is another area where they went wrong. Not getting those records and allowing her to be being seen by two different providers when they both knew about each other in some context, wrong. Either one of them had a way out. Gelada could have said, oh, you went back to see a psychiatrist? Cutting the cord, you're done. Tufts could have said, oh, you went back and saw, but they were trying to, of course, hold on to patients for their practice, and look, it came back to bite them. And the main thing, they let Lindsay have too much autonomy over their prescribing and the way they run their practice. She was dictating what she was going to do. Put on this med, put on that med, take it off, put it up this milligrammage, put it down this milligrammage. She was running them. And she was so overbearing to deal with that they were just trying to give her what they want, but you can't do that because you end up in situations like what we have here, where they are literally trying to blame this tragedy on these providers because they were not negligent. They went above and beyond for Lindsay. They just got manipulated. But at the end of the day, they still didn't commit the crimes. So everyone trying to say, oh, the medical system failed her, it's on them. It's not on them. To even try to put that on them, they did not unalive those children. My favorite judge in his breaks, I see some action here. Maybe we got some action. This man loves his breaks. Here we go. We are back on.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right. We all set for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Woman dye her hair jet black.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
So, can you tell me, is it 4 times that you yourself actually met with Lindsay or more?
Can you repeat that?
I'm sorry. Was it 4 times that you actually met with Lindsay or more? And that would include telehealth?
4.
4
yes.
times, okay. You met with her on the 2nd of December, right?
Yes.
And you met with her on the 12th of December, is that right?
Yes.
You met with her on the 19th of December, right?
Yes.
And is it the 27th as well? Was there another one? Do you remember when that was?
That was by phone.
By phone. Would that be the 27th?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is give you the documents that the district attorney is questioning you from.
Oh, he's being nice today. He's giving up the record.
In front of you, okay?
Thank you.
And you can slide up and just...
Yeah.
And if I get confused or something, just let me know that you're on a different page than me. Couple of background questions. When you met with Lindsay, for example, on the 2nd of December, you were at least able to look at the records of Nurse Paul as well as Nurse Gelada, right?
No.
Oh. I mean, you guys work in the same place, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when a woman is in postpartum and comes to social health for help, when you're trying to help them, you can't see the medical records from what the other people like Nurse Paul and Nurse Gelada have written down?
You can see the records, yes.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, so you did look at the records.
I did not look at the records.
Okay. On the 2nd of December, and you can look along with it if you wish, looking under what would be referred to as behavioral health intake. Your pages are numbered, mine are not, so if you can find that one page, behavioral health intake on December 2nd. And the jurors will have this as an exhibit, but just going through the pages. You have it?
1 second. Yes, I have it.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you would be interested in when you're interacting with a patient that comes to your facility for help is how honest they are, right?
Yes.
Especially in psychiatry. You want to make sure that the person is not lying to you or hiding something. You want them to be honest, right?
Yes.
And, for example, Lindsay disclosed to you and to the others that back in 2012, while she was in nursing school, she actually had Prozac because she was very nervous, actually, about public speaking. But she was on Prozac, right?
1 second.
Sure. I think it's right under behavioral health history, first paragraph.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And she also told you that she had been prescribed Ativan, for example, by a psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts, right?
Just reviewing.
Second paragraph.
So, no, that's not what I see here.
Okay, do you see where it says prior to attending the SURE program, sentence, second paragraph?
Yes.
Patient was prescribed Ativan by psychiatrist Jennifer Tufts?
It says here she was prescribed Zoloft.
Well, I must be misreading something. I apologize. Let me approach you. This is what I have here. History and current functioning, right? History and current, okay. And then behavioral health history, paragraph 1, right? References to Prozac, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But it doesn't say. You
Second
said Dr. Tufts.
No, I was saying the second paragraph, prior to attending SURE program, she disclosed to you that she was prescribed Ativan, right?
So which one are you on?
Second paragraph, right here.
Okay.
Yeah. Prior to attending SURE program, patient was prescribed Ativan, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was by Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
So she told you that she was prescribed benzodiazepine by her treating psychiatrist, and further on into your interaction with her, she told you that she was very concerned about taking medication, right?
Yes.
And she was really concerned about becoming addicted to medication, such as a benzo, like Ativan, right?
She was concerned about becoming addicted to medication, yes.
All right, in the very last paragraph, it says, when no longer taking Ativan. You see that one?
Yes.
Okay, she then explained that, she had issues with the sleep, and she started having heart palpitations, and she went to the ER for anxiety. Is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, she told you that she felt that she had an addiction to Ativan. That's why she couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
And she was stressing about that, was really concerned about that, right?
Yes.
She then said that she had weight loss, right?
Yes.
No appetite, right?
Correct.
Panic attacks, right?
Right.
Couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
Next page, December 2nd, office visit, the same visit. First paragraph, she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel in the past 4 days, right?
I'm sorry, this is a different date on this one. What date do you have?
Okay. So the next page.
Mine, it goes to 12/5.
Okay, all right, let's look at this one then. Would you agree that this is a record from South Shore Health? And it talks about continuing your appointment December 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. If you can find
I think
it.
they were just out of order. Here it is. Here.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine, that's no problem. That's not your fault. So are you with me on that she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel?
Yes.
Okay. And that was within the last 4 days. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you saw her on December 2nd, after telling you about the Ativan and telling you about her weight loss and her anxiety and everything else, she told you that she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel. And I understand you don't do the drugs, so you don't really have...
No, I don't do medication.
Very difficult to get the brand names and the other names, but we have a chat for that. So she started Remeron and Seroquel, and then she told you that since starting the medication, she's had thoughts that she no longer wants to be here, meaning, I guess, what, on the earth?
No longer wanting
kill
to
herself?
be here could mean anything. But in that instance, when assessing for suicidal ideation, no longer want to be here qualifies as passive suicidal ideation.
Okay. And then she indicates further that this week, she was seeing you, feels like she's going to die. That's what the DA read to you, right?
Yes.
But then it goes on and says, but she doesn't care if she dies, basically. She feels like she's going to die, but she doesn't care. She said that, right?
Yes.
She then talked about how the Remeron and Seroquel were not helping her sleep. Yesterday she took Ativan, she told you, right?
Yes.
Due to intrusive SI, suicidal ideation thoughts, right?
Yes.
Did she indicate what the intrusive suicidal ideation thoughts were yesterday, which would be December 1st? Did she tell you what that meant? Did you ask her what she meant by that?
I did ask her what she meant, and that would mean that she had the thoughts that she told me about no longer wanting to be here.
Okay. And you then told her that she could go to the ER and that you then sent her local crisis contact information. Is that right?
Yes.
And then talks about onset. Says 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, correct?
Correct.
And what did she tell you the anxiety was about?
1 second.
Yep. It's under onset.
Tisha, I don't like how you're not prepared here. This is ridiculous.
And what was the question?
Under onset, she indicated 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, is what
Yes.
the district attorney asked you. And then it continued on with a sentence. What was her anxiety about?
About her children, especially the baby.
And what does that mean? That she was having unmanageable? anxiety? Do you know, what does unmanageable mean?
So constantly worried that something was going to happen to her children or something bad was going to happen to the baby.
And at that time, the children were 4, 3, and 6 months, right?
Correct.
Under social, the notes indicate that she talks about her anxiety all the time with her mom, husband, and mother-in-law, correct?
Correct.
And one of the questions the DA asked you is about her support, family supports or collateral contacts, and you indicated the mother-in-law. She also had her mother and father as family support as well, right?
Correct.
And you knew that her mother and father had actually lived in Connecticut but moved up or came up and stayed with her for at least a week, if not longer, during December, right? If you know. And I know it's difficult if it's not in the notes for you to remember. I'm just asking, do you remember at all that she said that her mother and father came up and stayed with her to help out?
I don't remember that.
Okay. She further went on and said that she's uninterested in other topics from friends. What did that mean? She just didn't want to talk to her friends about anything?
She just had a lack of interest in conversation with friends.
And that would be her social circle. She just didn't care, right?
Right.
She said that she felt numb, right?
Yes.
She had a lack of attention, right?
Right.
Confusion, right?
Right.
Under mood, it says, well, of course, you have disturbed sleep. She's only sleeping 2 to 4 hours a night is what she told you, right?
Correct.
And then it says supports. Mother and father had been staying with her for the past week. Does that refresh your memory that you did get that info, that they were staying with her for the past week?
Yes.
That's fine. I just saw that too, so no
Yes.
problem. You took her history, that she was a nurse, that she had been on leave, and she told you that she lost 10 pounds in the past month, right?
Correct.
Now, can you flip to the next page and make sure we're both on the same page? On the substance use assessment, do you have that?
1 second.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that you're concerned about is whether or not your patient has a substance abuse problem, like drugs or alcohol or something like that, right?
Correct.
And you've already told us that your opinion was that Lindsay did not have any substance abuse problems other than her fear about the prescribed Ativan, right?
Correct.
So did you ask her about alcohol?
Yes.
Can you tell me what she said about alcohol?
She said the last time she drank alcohol was in October of 2019.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Did she tell you how much, what it is that her alcohol of choice was?
She said her alcohol of choice was wine. She would have 1 to 2 glasses.
Did she say why she would do that?
To cope with anxiety.
Okay, and this is back in 2019, right?
Correct.
That would be 3 years before you actually met with her in December of 22, right?
Correct.
Cannabis, the
Yes.
weed, the devil's lettuce. How about that? Did she confess that she was using marijuana?
Yes, she said she did use marijuana.
When?
Last use was November 15th, 2022.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why did she say that she used it? It's under comments?
Yes, I'm taking a
That's
look.
okay.
She said she tried a marijuana gummy to help with sleep.
And that was on November 15th of 22, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page, assessment and recommendation. If you have that, make sure we have it.
Let's see.
Attorney Reddington doesn't have anything. I'm sorry. He cannot fix this. He's going over the
Yes.
same thing
Okay.
in circles.
And I think the district attorney had asked you about the mental status exam facial expression, and you indicated that her facial expression showed anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the fear was?
Just going back to that part of the
Sure,
assessment.
yeah. It's under facial expression.
And you said facial expressions,
Yes,
right?
please, yeah.
Anxiety, fear, apprehension, sadness.
Okay, so if I can, and I apologize, if you just keep your voice, you're very soft-spoken.
Yes, I'll walk.
Voice up so the jurors can hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you said that her facial expression exported to you anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear of something, right?
Yes.
Apprehension, right?
Yes.
Sadness,
Yes.
depression.
Yes.
And she expressed that she was having anxiety and numbness, right?
Yes.
And she was crying when she was telling you this, right?
Yes.
And again, indicated that her thoughts were worried about her baby, the new baby she had, the infant, as well as if she's being addicted to Ativan, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
And again, thoughts of wanting to die, but there was no plan.
Correct.
Next page, risk assessment.
Now,
There's a whole lot of stuff on it, these pages. I'm just trying to cut to the chase
she
here.
didn't
So
have any of the.
you see where it says risk assessment?
I am trying to find
Okay.
it. 1 second.
Yep. It's under current medic. I'm sorry. It's under risk assessment.
I'm taking a look.
Okay.
I see protective factors, but I don't see risk assessment.
Okay. Let me ask you. Under risk assessment on December 2nd, when you asked her about that, at that point, that she, just so you can see here, she again admitted to suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
It was passive.
Yes.
It says plan to go to ER if she feels unsafe or has a plan, right?
Yes.
And then farther down, you have current medications, and she was on quetiapine or Seroquel, right?
Yes.
Fluoxetine or Prozac, right?
Correct.
Lorazepam or Ativan, right?
Yes.
Mirtazapine or Remeron, right?
Yes.
And they were all, that was all active prescriptions that she had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
Told you that she is seeking counseling for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
Do you have on December 2nd, continuing on with your evaluation, where it says clinical notes? Do you have the clinical notes?
1 second.
What I could do is read what I have rather than stand next to you. And if you trust me that I'm not misrepresenting it, I mean, I'm just reading off of this to make it quicker for you if
Okay.
it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, I can walk up and show it to you, okay?
Okay.
Leticia should have been better prepared.
On
She
that
could've got
date,
the
your notes say
from the
patient requested addiction
Nicole had her
support
notes. This is
services.
not-
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Right.
Correct.
You then indicate that based on history reported, patient meets the criteria for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
That she would benefit from OP therapy. What does that mean?
Yes. From outpatient therapy services.
PHP,
Yes. Partial hospitalization program.
IOP,
Intensive outpatient program.
and that you then helped her out by bridging the therapy services, right?
Yes.
You then noted again postpartum anxiety on December 2nd, according to your notes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know that she had been seeking and receiving therapy? I don't know if that's therapy or counseling or that type of thing. Like there's a woman that works in your business that provides therapy, right?
Yes. So that person would be me.
So did she come to see you for therapy?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
So is it fair to say that she was more than willing to accept help from somebody like you?
Yes.
She didn't appear to be avoiding any therapy when
No.
recommended, right? If you could, Ms. Dukes, please look at, I think it was December 12th was the next time perhaps that you saw her,
Okay.
unless it's there's another intervening period.
So there's December 12th, and then there's December 5th.
Oh, okay. So if you could pull out December 5th,
Yes.
and if I can come up and look at it.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So on December 5th, again, you were meeting with her for therapeutic intervention, right?
Yes.
And on this occasion, she reported she had a difficult weekend, right?
Yes.
Intrusive thoughts of wanting to die, right?
Yes.
That she contacted Aspire Crisis Support, right?
Yes.
She met with an Aspire clinician, right?
Yes.
And what happened when she met with the Aspire clinician?
She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having any suicidal ideation plan.
So if she said, in addition to the fact that she's been in counseling and therapy and seeing psychiatrists and on medications for the past 3 months or whatever the period ultimately would be, and that she wanted to kill herself, didn't want to be here, couldn't care if she died, they told her because she didn't have a plan that they couldn't help her?
Correct.
This is going to change psychiatry.
Did they,
Even without a
to your
plan, you're gonna
knowledge,
get
make any
hospitalized.
recommendations? Did they recommended that she attend a day program?
Yes.
All right. And that person from Aspire then said he would send her patient resources, right?
Correct.
But nothing ever happened. He never sent her any. You did, but he never sent her any patient resources, right? If you know.
Not to my
She
knowledge.
got enough resources, though. I mean,
All right. So
This is
she
no
had you
argument.
at least to talk to and counsel and advise her. You continued on to make your observations. Fair to say that pretty much things stayed the same as far as her appearance, appearing anxious, appearing sad, unable to relate to people, that type of thing.
Correct.
Okay.
Leticia, you said she didn't look
Then you
depressed.
have-
What do you mean
Is
correct?
a chief complaint of present illness. And again, that was, oh, wait a minute.
That's not my note.
That's not you. Okay. All right, so you can hold on to that again.
Yep. Thank you.
Next time you saw her would be December 12th. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, on December 12th, that was a teleconference that she had called by an appointment with you?
Yes.
And at that point, she reported that she had a difficult weekend and was experiencing intrusive thoughts of wanting to. Do you have it in front of you? I don't want to take advantage of it.
Hold on one second.
Leticia needed better press. She's saying two different things. Her testimony is not. Now she's saying Lindsay looked sad. Her notes are saying that. First she said no.
I don't see the 12th in here.
Okay. Page 28.
Page 28.
She's a key witness. The prosecution should have prepped her better. I would have been studying those notes like I
And
was
just for the
studying
record,
my
I think,
nursing
Your Honor,
course.
that she's looking at the actual exhibit. Am I right?
Kaplan on
That's the
those
exhibit?
notes.
That's in evidence?
Ew.
No, it's not. Okay. Can it be in evidence? Can I offer that? Yeah. Okay. Can I offer that?
Any objection?
Approach on the issue.
Sure, yeah. Ma'am, if I could just add that.
Yes.
Leticia, you're bombing on that stand. First, it was looking like you were going to be this great witness and you were going to say Lindsay wasn't depressed. You come in without your notes. You say all that. You say she wasn't addicted. Then on cross-examination, you say she was sad, she was anxious, she was tearful. I gave her information about substance abuse. That's going to change the way providers move too. And what they just print off a bunch of discharge instructions and resources. It auto-populates based on the questions or what was talked about during the visit. So even though she said she doesn't have substance abuse, it probably just printed out. It became, so now stop giving patients resources for things that are not an actual problem for them. Like, it's gonna really change the way this case is being scrutinized here. We are seeing some flaws. If you said that she, you know, wasn't addicted, didn't have substance abuse, why are you giving her resources for substance abuse? It doesn't make any sense. And I'm certain that, you know, the EHR probably auto-populated the discharge instructions, but this is cause and effect in the healthcare. You don't realize what needs to be changed until something happens, and it's like, wow, we should have never been doing it like this. No, same thing with the bipolar. MP Gelada, either you're diagnosing her with bipolar or you're not. You're not kind of saying, I think this might be bipolar. You was someone that was like Lindsay, and now that's a big focus for this case, that she was misdiagnosed and went into you know, mania, possibly psychosis, because she was so manic because she was on the wrong meds. Like, you know, he can spin it so many ways because of the flaws in their charting. This is going to change. I'm telling you, hospitals are going to be filled with patients who are like, I didn't belong in here. I just casually said, oh, I don't want to be here anymore. You're going to the hospital. You know, we can't take a chance. It's going to be, because, you know, until it balances out in healthcare, it's always like a cause and effect, and everyone just, oh, now we all got to admit everybody. You know, what about how women who are truly suffering with postpartum depression or anxiety are going to be able to access care? Do you think a lot of psychiatrists and psych MPs are going to be pulling back and not wanting to maybe treat these patients due to the fear of ending up like this?
Do you have December 12th? Yeah, again, I could do what I did before.
She probably had it before.
Right, yeah. It references providers' interventions, and that would that be you, provider?
Correct.
Okay. And you're talking about symptom management, and yet again, she's reporting she had a difficult weekend, experienced intrusive thoughts, wanted to die, didn't have a plan for suicidal plan, but she contacted Crisis over the weekend, and that would be, again, Aspire, apparently, right? Because there were
Correct.
2 times she contacted Aspire, not once.
Correct.
Twice. Both times they told her that there's nothing they could do for her, right?
Correct.
And she told you that she was going to start a PHP in Norwell on December 20th, right?
Correct.
But in fact, you were able to, knowing people that you may have and pull strings, you were able to try to get her into the Rhode Island Women and Infants program, right?
Correct.
Which is a really pretty good program.
Correct.
And did you know that she did, in fact, go to Women and Infants on December 20th? She didn't go to the Norwell program. She went to Women and Infants program, and that she was there for the day, and that they basically turned her away.
I did know that she went to the Women and Infants program. I was not sure of the date.
Okay. So if I suggest to you it was the same date that she had told you that she was going to go to the program in Norwell on December 20th, and then that you and Nicole Harden Francis reviewed various options, one of which was that, which made sense, to attend the Women and Infants program, IOP or PHP program, right?
Correct.
And that she, patient, provided you with verbal consent.
Correct.
To sign whatever had to be signed and get her into that program, right?
Correct.
So you know that she did on December 20th, after not getting anywhere with Aspire ×2, and after dealing with Gelada for all those times that she dealt with her, the other one, Tufts, you were trying to get her into this program, which would be pretty good for a woman that had postpartum problems, right?
Correct.
And you made your referral, you opened the door for her, and she got in there to at least be interviewed, right?
Correct.
And they didn't take her, right?
Correct.
You know why?
I'm not aware as to why.
Would you be surprised if I told you that they indicated that they could not help her out because their diagnosis or secondary diagnosis was that she was over-medicated?
Repeat the question?
Would it surprise you to know that they indicated that they couldn't treat her as a woman with postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety or any of that, because their opinion was that she was suffering from a an over-medication?
It would surprise me, yes.
But you don't
She
know?
was never
I
over
do not know.
Okay. Did you know
Just on paper.
that the records from women and infants indicate that, in fact, on that very same day, they reached out to Nurse Gelada and asked her to call them so that they could discuss the medication, and Gelada never got back to her?
I was not aware of that.
I'm sorry?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. I think the district attorney had asked you a question about the last time that you saw her or had any activity with her was on December 19th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I may have misunderstood. Did she ask you, did you call Lindsay 4 times and she never got back to you that day, or is that just a list of different things that you did for her?
That's a list of different things that I did for her that day.
Okay, so you were calling other contacts, you were talking to Patrick, you would contact her. I mean, she certainly was not avoiding you. That's
Yes, we were in communication.
all right. You're familiar with, maybe you are, the what's called the Edinburgh scale?
Oh, my
I'm aware of
God,
it,
here
yes.
we go.
And did she have the Edinburgh scale administered to her, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. What is polypharmacy? What does that mean?
Polypharmacy?
Yeah. You ever heard of that, polypharmacy?
I've heard of it, but not sure of the exact
Okay. That's
definition.
Okay. Is it something to do with having too much medications thrown at you all at once? If you know.
No, I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay. Excuse me for 1 minute. Apologize.
None of this still equates to psychosis, though. None of
I
it.
just had something pulled up and it just went back to default on me, so I just need a second. I apologize. Okay, I got it. And how long have you been working in your particular field?
Since 2011.
Okay. And you have obviously a very impressive background as far as your educational background and your experience. Do you continue to, with continuing education?
Yes.
Have you ever been aware, are you aware of the Mass General Hospital Center for Women's Mental Health?
I'm aware of it, yes.
Do they offer seminars and programs as well as research articles?
I believe they do.
Okay. Do you know that Mass General Center for Women's Mental Health about a year ago issued a fairly major study and various recommendations for people that are dealing with women that have postpartum periods and how they break up the periods? You familiar with that?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
We're not reading
So
every article.
if I suggest to you that in that particular Mass General Hospital article, it goes on about postpartum period, and do you agree that the postpartum period, 85% of women that are pregnant or after pregnancy experience some type of mood disturbance? Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
All right. Would you agree that 10 to 15% of women develop more significant symptoms of depression or anxiety?
I agree.
Okay. And then postpartum psychiatric illness is then divided into 3 categories. One sounds like something out of the 50s. Postpartum blues. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You've heard that expression before,
Correct.
right? And it can be bothersome, it can be aggravating, it can be intrusive, but it's not threatening the life of the of the mother or baby or anybody else, right?
Correct.
And it's fairly common, right?
Correct.
Number 2 would be postpartum depression. Now, that's a different issue, correct?
Yes.
And number 3 would be postpartum psychosis. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, postpartum depression, prior to morphing, if you will, into postpartum psychosis, consists of a number of symptoms, symptomology, right? For you to diagnose a woman, whether she's pregnant, has the baby, or after having the baby, with postpartum depression, there are certain things that are symptoms that you look for, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of which would be depressed or sad mood, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Yes.
Next would be tearfulness, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Correct.
Next one would be loss of interest in social activities or usual activities or friends. She had that, right?
Correct.
Feelings of guilt. She had that, right?
She didn't express feelings of guilt.
Okay. Feelings of worthlessness. Did she express that she felt worthless?
She did not express that.
How about fatigue? Did she have that?
She did not express fatigue, but
Were you-
lack of sleep.
I know lack of sleep. Were you aware that, in fact, that she had indicated that she was so wiped out that she couldn't even get out of bed, couldn't put her feet on the ground, and if she did, she felt heavy?
I did not hear that from her.
She was
Okay.
exercising every day.
How about, you mentioned it, you got it, sleep disturbance is another issue, correct?
Correct.
She had that, right?
Yes.
Change in appetite, she had that, lost 10, 15 pounds, right?
Yes.
Poor concentration, she had that, right? She said she was numb, she could
Yes.
not focus.
She was
Suicidal
concentrating.
thoughts,
Yes.
we know she didn't have a plan, but she had suicidal thoughts, right?
Correct.
So under the Mass General Hospital research project for women that are suffering from postpartum issues, she pretty much hit every one of the postpartum depression symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And then it talks about if it increases in severity, significant anxiety symptoms may occur. Not generalized anxiety. Significant anxiety symptoms can occur. Is that right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you determine that is by the test that it can be administered to a person who is in a postpartum status, and that would be what we talked about, the Edinburgh test, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that she was given the Edinburgh test and had a 23 out of 30, I think it was.
I was not aware.
Okay. And some women develop panic attacks referred to as hypochondriasis. You'd agree with that, right?
Agree with that in reference to.
Lindsay, she had panic attacks and complained of having panic attacks.
Yes.
Okay. And then you can get into the various diagnoses of which, on a postpartum person in that time frame, obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, right?
Correct.
Or bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, right?
Are you using them interchangeably or could develop?
Trust me, let's say bipolar 1,
Yeah.
okay? So that would be one mental disease, correct?
Correct.
And it's pretty serious stuff, right?
Yes.
And if a person is diagnosed as bipolar, one of the things that you shouldn't, if you know, is prescribe SSRIs such as Prozac or Zoloft, right? If you know.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Would you agree that with various cases dealing with postpartum depression, all of the symptoms that we talked about, they utilize the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, which is a 10-item questionnaire that can identify women that have postpartum depression and the severity that they have, and on the scale, a score of 12 or greater it raises concern and indicates a need for more thorough evaluation, right?
Correct.
Do you know whether she was thoroughly evaluated by anybody other than Tufts and Gelada?
I'm only aware of Tufts and Gelada.
Okay. I mean, you were trying to do the best you could with what you had to work with, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now we get to postpartum psychosis. That's the third category, right? Postpartum psychosis, you'd agree, is the most severe form of postpartum psychiatric illness. Is that right?
Correct.
Would you agree that it occurs in averages about 2 out of 1,000 women, right?
Correct.
And its presentation can be very dramatic with onset of symptoms, and that can be within a year, according to the CDC, Center for Disease Control,
Yes.
right? Okay. And when it hits you, it just hits you, bang, quick, right?
Correct.
And when you think about 2 out of 1,000 people, seems like a daunting number, but if I tell you that Fenway Park, when they're full, when they're playing the Yankees, they have 37,700 people. If you take the 37,000 people and you multiply it by 2, that would mean as you're sitting there behind first base, 74 women possibly have postpartum psychosis, right?
Not sure of that number, but
Well, if you agree that it's 2 out of 1,000 according to the studies and the statistics, and if Fenway Park has 37,000 seats, times 2 would be 74.
okay.
That's a pretty large number of people, right? 74 people out of that crowd? Okay. It's not that horribly unusual. I mean, it's something that perhaps you've dealt with in your practice, right?
Yes.
And when you're dealing with people with postpartum psychosis, do you agree that generally they present with an episode of bipolar illness? If you know.
No.
No, they don't, or no, you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Bottom line is, from your dealing with Lindsay, she appeared to be sincere, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be looking for help, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be hurting, right?
Yes.
Turning in every direction she could for help, right?
Correct.
And the last time you saw her was when?
December 19th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Leticia,
Attorney Buckingham.
Briefly, please.
they better come back with something, because Leticia,
Ms. Dukes, you indicated that you didn't review the records of Nurse Paul or Nurse Gelada.
Correct.
Why?
I wanted to have a fresh set of eyes to look at the situation and to assess it when she came in for her visit. That's typical practice.
And that's why you do an entirely new process, right, where you do your own intake, you assess diagnostics for determining whether there's any sort of mental illness, right?
Correct.
And while you can collaborate or speak with the providers about an overall treatment for the patient, your therapy is your therapy.
Correct.
And as far as your role, you don't have any role in medication management, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so when the note read current medications, is that just based on what pre-fills for the patient, based on their historical records for the clinic?
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't know what she was prescribed and when, and if all of those prescriptions were active. You just know what's in the computer.
Correct.
And as far as the timeline here for the recommendations for partial hospitalization, I just want to make sure that we're clear. You had been for some time recommending some sort of partial hospitalization program, correct?
Correct.
And on December 12th, you had already talked to Lindsay Clancy about the Women and Infants program, had you not?
Correct.
And so when she told you on the 12th that she was starting that program in Norwell, that wasn't from your referral, right?
No.
And you still recommended Women and Infants.
Correct.
And you got her consent on that visit, right?
Yes.
And on the 19th, when you saw her, were you aware that she had been at the Mass General ER on December 15th for evaluation?
No.
And that she had reported then to them that she opted for an outpatient program at Women and Infants as opposed to going inpatient to McLean? Did you know that?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. And when you met with her on the 19th, after the visit to the ER, she still hadn't engaged with Women and Infants, had she?
No.
And so you had to re-refer her.
Yes.
But you weren't aware that she had already gotten a referral from Mass General.
No.
And so you did later learn she went on December 20th, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to review those records about this
No, I
visit to
wasn't.
the 20th? So you don't know that the ultimate plan and assessment for her was that they didn't think she qualified for the program, but they provided her with several options for other inpatient treatments for medication management, partial hospitalization, and general mental health. Did you know that?
No.
And as of your last meeting with her on December 19th, ultimately, what were your impressions of how she was doing?
My impression was that her symptoms were improving because of the social aspects, spending time with family and friends and able to exercise when before it was difficult for her to engage or pay attention.
And your observations of her while you were interacting with her, were they more positive than on previous occasions?
Yes, she was able to smile and laugh.
Okay, thank you.
What was she laughing about? When was it she was laughing with you?
I believe that was the last visit, the 19th.
So on the 19th, it was on television or was it in person?
It was a virtual visit, a video
Virtual
visit.
visit.
Yes.
And on the 19th, on the virtual visit, what was the purpose of that visit?
The purpose of that visit was to see if she was able to connect with care.
Okay. So you would have, I guess, in your notes or a reference to the fact that on the 19th of December that she was laughing.
Not that she was laughing, but that she was able to laugh.
Able to laugh.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm looking here on December 19th, telemedicine, Leticia, I apologize, Dukes, perinatal behavior health program, and you talk in that form about the date of the service, December 19th, psychotherapy, PCP, Margaret, that would be the primary care, Margaret Anastasia, perinatal behavioral health program. You talk with the quote, if this is telehealth visit, please dot the phrase video visit, whatever. Therapeutic intervention. She's 32 years old, married, female, presents for postpartum anxiety. Symptom management. Patient continues to have low mood and numbness. Numbness. Was she laughing when she had numbness?
What date are you looking at?
December 19th, the last day you saw her, or the last time you...
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to say yes unless I can show it to you. So,
Leticia!
patient continues to have low mood and numbness, right?
Correct.
Patient has not had suicidal ideation and did not need crisis intervention over the weekend. In other words, she didn't kill herself, right?
Correct.
To help with the mood, patient has been spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, right?
Yes.
And exercise is one of the things that you would generally, your people would generally recommend that the mother do, right?
Correct.
That's a good thing to try to do, is to exercise, right?
Correct.
So the fact that the government has records that show that she would take her kids or her husband would take her kids, that they would go to a local gym and exercise or swim, that's consistent with what she was advised, right?
Correct.
It doesn't mean that she's just out there having a good time exercising, right?
Objection.
No, overall.
She was told that that's a good thing to do, right?
She was told that that was a good thing to do, but the fact that she's able to follow through and do it shows improvement.
Oh, okay. So when did she go to the gym?
She didn't give me exact dates. These are things that
Did
she
you ever
told me
ask
she
her?
did.
Did you ever ask her, if you're telling me that, this is showing improvement, is it in the records? Does it indicate that you asked her if she was exercising, and if so, where and when?
So we don't write down everything that we talk about in the meeting. It's particularly a summary of that visit.
Okay. And all I did was ask you about patient was spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, and then you said that that's an indication that she's improving.
Correct.
Okay. And then I asked you if she's going to a gym. That's not a bad thing, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And then it says that she received a call, and counsel asked you about this. She received a call from women and infants, but missed the call. Do you remember that? Remember the DA asking you that question? You said that she missed the call.
Yes.
She didn't continue to read that the reason she missed the call is that she was at another medical appointment, right?
Correct.
And she called you back, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Clinician, you, provided contact information for women and infants. Patient reported that she would contact them today, being December 19th, but in fact, she did, and you did with, back it up. She did with your help, and she then went the following day on the 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And finally, fair to say that nowhere in here does it say that she was laughing?
You would have to go to the assessment, the risk assessment.
Okay, let's do that. You got it? Let me see, please. Okay. Now, what's a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is to assess how the person is appearing that day, their mood and their interaction with you in that visit and how you perceive them.
Okay. So, with the help from the DA, we have December 19th, the telemedicine form, clinical notes, right?
Yes.
The laughing wouldn't be in that area, would it?
No, it would be more so in this area.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Mental status exam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Appearance, hygiene, WNL.
Within normal limits.
Okay. Clothing normal, eye contact normal, build normal, posture normal, body movement normal, right?
Yes.
Behavior is cooperative, right?
Yes.
And speech is within normal limits, is that correct?
Correct.
Emotional state, affect. Patient reports feeling numb and having low mood for most of the day, right?
Yes.
Facial expression, other. Facial expression, calm, was able to laugh and smile, right?
Yes.
Would that be in response to you saying something funny, or
Thank
why
God,
was she laughing?
Leticia
That would be in
scared me,
response
girl.
to me saying something funny.
So you guys are kind of bonding a little bit.
Yes.
All right. But she basically still continued to report that she was numb, having low mood.
Thank God.
Basically the symptomology
Girl.
that she had already reported, right?
Correct.
I'm scared.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
All right, Como?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
He landed his own plane. Leticia, your documentation saves you. Because please, that shit was about to get crazy. He couldn't get you.
All right, Como, you want to call your next witness?
Commonwealth will call Cameron Daly as its next witness, please.
Oh, the level of stress. Oh, Leticia, you came through at the end, girl. Because that shit been looking good, girl. Oh. This another cop.
Good afternoon, sir. Stop right there.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant class will be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Sir, could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Cameron Daly,
And how do you spell your first name?
Cameron.
And can you just spell your last name for the record?
Daley.
And where do you work?
Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been? Individual was Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Was there already a Duxbury officer on scene at Brigham and Women's when you got there?
Yes, two.
Two?
Yes.
And who were they?
Officer Lepard and Officer Broderick.
And when you arrived at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you by yourself or was there somebody else with you?
I was with another officer, Officer Thomas Johnson.
Okay. And were you able to make observations of the suspect, of the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, on that day?
Yes.
And she was asleep, was she not?
Correct.
And she had medical devices attached to her?
Yes.
Was she being treated by the medical staff there at Brigham?
Yes, periodically.
Okay. And were you inside or outside the room, if you know?
Outside the room.
And were any visitors or any other people other than the medical staff in that room with her while you were there?
No.
And from the 24th into the 25th, what time did you leave the next day on the 25th?
So I reported to the hospital on the 25th.
Oh, okay.
I was there. I arrived at 10 a.m.
So your shift there at the hospital was what?
I got there at 10 a.m. I left about 7 p.m. that night, but it was an 8 to 4 scheduled patrol shift.
Okay, and you said that was on the 25th?
Correct.
And you took over for Officer Lepard?
Correct, who were there on the overnight previous.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And when you left that next evening on the 25th at 7 p.m., was there another Duxbury officer who came to relieve you, or who came to relieve you?
No, at that time, State Police Detective McDonald arrived on scene with his crime scene team, and then Plymouth County Sheriff deputies came to take over the hospital watch.
And during that entire shift that you were there, were any attorneys or any other individuals in the room to see Ms. Clancy?
No.
And did you go back to the hospital for any shifts after that day?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Were you in uniform?
Yes.
Had your gun on?
Correct.
Had your badge?
Yes, sir.
The other guy too?
Yes, sir.
You were gonna what, guide the woman that was tied to the bed?
Correct.
That's all we have.
Anything?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me step down.
Thank you.
This man didn't need to be on the witness stand.
All right. So members of the jury, rather than it be 2 o'clock, come right back and resume with the Commonwealth's case. I'll remind you again, I think you probably know what I'm going to say. No talking about this case. Don't do any research about this. Don't read anything about it. While you're on break, don't go anywhere that has anything to do with this case. Take the next hour. Just kind of put this out of your head. We'll see you. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right. Good. Find yourself a notebook. There's volunteers.
So, court is currently in recess. What it's looking like here is that the witness, Leticia Dukes, who was a mental health counselor at South Shore Perinatal Clinic, where Julie Paul and MP Gelada worked, first she came in strong, saying Lindsay wasn't addicted to Ativan. Lindsay did not look depressed, so she seemed like a strong witness for the prosecution. And then she did a total 360. Once she got on with the defense, she was tearful. She was, sad. And so then it's like everything he was saying, she was just correct. So then it was like going downhill. The prosecution has been good on redirection. All right, they've been good on redirection by clearing up all the doubt and confusion that Reddington does with his defense. Because of course he's just trying to create that confusion and that doubt and trying to paint a picture that, that Lindsay was trying to get help everywhere. She was over medicated. So he blurs the lines. He picks apart any little flaws in your documentation and uses it to paint his picture. The prosecution is very good at redirecting and clearing up everything he said, and she's been landing the plane with these redirections. Leticia, for a moment, you were looking like you were his witness. It was looking bad, and if she didn't document that woman was laughing, it was all going downhill after that. Leticia didn't have her notes with her. She wasn't a prepared witness, but seeing that she remembered that Lindsay was able to laugh and was laughing is bombshell. Because at that point, it was already December 19th, right? So just a month before she, a month and a few days before before the tragedy happened. So they said at that point she was deteriorating, beyond belief. She was almost to the point of no return at that point. She was addicted. She was going down. She couldn't get out of bed. This woman was exercising, so much so she was losing weight, etc. So it's very important that Leticia was able to remember that she was laughing, because that debunks this whole flat affect, super depressed mood. I will have to go back, look at the transcripts, and actually compare the testimonies so I can really see what Gelato was saying on that day. I believe it was that she was presenting with a flat affect, no emotion, that she was saying she was emotionless. I'm going to have to compare side by side to be able to see. And over the weekend on Saturday is the day that we'll do wrap up, and I'll have everything prepared for side by sides. Right now we're watching live trial. On Saturdays we will have our own court, and we'll kind of compare side by side. But being able to laugh on December 19th was big, and she documented it, and that was a safe landing, not a crash landing, but that, being that it was in there, Reddington messed himself up because he was done with cross-examination. He didn't have to jump back in and say, what do you mean she was laughing? And that helped the prosecution because he was done. He didn't have to bring that in. Prosecution didn't talk about the laughing at all. He brought that in, and boom. Oh, landed. Well, it is lunchtime for us. We have had a roller coaster ride in court this morning. We will stay in the chat, of course. We will stay in here. We will be in the chat, but we will break for lunch as well, and we will be ready to enter the courtroom again at 2. See you, Nurse Gang, soon. Make sure you drop in the chat where you're checking in from and what's your nursing specialty. If you're a nurse, hit that thumbs up, and we will resume at 2 o'clock.
parties are
We
present
are back.
excluding
Let's
the
head into
jury.
the courtroom.
All right, Counsel, can I see it, Sidebar?
Of course, we're back, and of course, he wants to see them on Sidebar. Per usual. He's very predictable, this judge. Very predictable. We are back, but we are on Sidebar. Nobody's on the stand right now. We're waiting to see who the prosecution calls. You know, it's a big problem that the providers did not collaborate and knew that Lindsay was seeing both of them. And this is Gelada and Tufts, and neither one of them said, no, your care needs to be with one provider, one or the other, because they're saying the inconsistencies with how they both were diagnosing her is a problem. The fact that they showed Dr. Tufts saying she was not manic at all. She's a psychiatrist saying she had no mania. And then you showed Gelada, yeah, she was manic. You know, and this is just what Lindsay wanted, right? So, and, you know, Gelada was only an NP about a year before a psych NP about a year before she started treating Lindsay. But the fact that you have the psychiatrist saying she wasn't, you have the NP saying, well, yeah, I picked up on that she was, that's going to be a problem because they're going to say she was improperly treated. They should have been, I don't even think they should have been collaborating. One should have known what the other was doing, and they should have stopped care. Like, you can't be getting prescriptions, medication, and psychiatric treatment at two different places. You can be getting therapy here, but diagnosing and prescribing needs to stay with one provider if it's for just mental health. You can have your primary care physician for your back pain or whatever you may be experiencing, but for psychiatry, there's no way they should have just been so comfortable with knowing another provider was prescribing meds and giving diagnoses, because now it looks like which one of them knows what was really going on, and it just looks bad. Soon as he comes back in the court, can I see him on Sidebar? Like, so that goes to show, that definitely lets me know his work-life balance is definitely intact. When he goes in those chambers, he is by himself, shoes off, eating his lunch, living the dream. He is not sitting there talking to those lawyers when he's on break. He takes his breaks seriously. I know he was anxious when we were going over a little bit, and over a little bit closer to 1 o'clock. He's like, I gotta get my break in. Sidebar. The defense they can only get a bunch of experts to try to prove, that from what they've seen in practice, a woman could not complain and, could not complain of hearing voices, but could be psychotic. But the prosecution is just dealing with the facts, not theories, not research articles, the facts of what happened here. And as far as what we've seen here, I'm not convinced at all, nowhere near convinced that she was psychotic. It's good to see that Reddington has finally started speaking about postpartum psychosis, because I'm like, we're going on and on about depression and, suicidal ideation, but no one's really talking. They haven't really touched on her being psychotic, and now we're actually seeing that with Leticia Dukes. This is the first time he actually introduced psychosis, where he went into postpartum psychosis, and he's trying to say the trajectory is she was, it started with anxiety, then depression, postpartum depression, and then she was so sick with postpartum depression and not treated correctly, they didn't get a hold of it, that it turned into psychosis. But I'm just not buying it. She was calculated, she was organized, she was getting all the resources except for the ones where she would be confined, so someone really seeking help is going to take all the help. They're going to go to their therapy sessions, they're going to go to inpatient hospitalization. And let's be clear, she was saying she was overwhelmed with the kids. Most women would have loved to take that hospital stay for 2 weeks, to get a break. So I'm just not buying that Lindsay Clancy, didn't plan this yet. We're on week 2. I'm sure it's this week 2. I know this is day 12. This is day 12 of this trial. So yeah, it's been going on a long time, but it seems like a longer time because we don't count the weekends as actual days of testimony. So it seems like, this has kind of been going on for a few weeks here. So we will see. They said it was originally supposed to last about 6 to 8 weeks. So they said they think they're ahead of schedule. Judge. Soon as he hits the bench, I knew it. I knew he was gonna go sidebar. And I guess he is sidebar. It's like have that in order. Like, you come back late from break and then you immediately take another break and you're talking out the side, and it's like, oh God, Judge, come on. We are here waiting. And I mean, Lindsay has a whole mob of people who believe she was some victim who was failed by the system. She was the victim, and that she was failed by the system. And they think she got, these doctors just didn't help her when she was crying out for help. She got more help than I have ever seen in psychiatry. She had so many resources available to her. This also plays into this also is another side of the mental health conversation where, we're saying there's no access to resources. Access for who, right? Lindsay Clancy was upper middle class. So access for who? She had an abundance of resources, right? But if someone was maybe in poverty, would they have been able to call their providers, text them? Would they have had the same resources offered to them? I just don't think so. This is why people can, when they're making decisions based on our healthcare, they don't mind easily saying tax credit's over because it doesn't affect them. When you have money and you have access, it doesn't affect you. Lindsay had no trouble with getting in with providers. Next day, calling all day, in and out, 2 therapist programs. Some people are waiting for beds to get, an inpatient bed for months, and they're out in the public struggling in the community, and they keep going to the ER because they truly are trying to get help, but there are no psych beds. Her husband just called up Gelato, like, yeah, is that bed still there, for my wife? Yeah, she needs that bed. I'll tell you what, though, Patrick wanted nothing to do with a bipolar diagnosis. He absolutely wanted nothing to do with a bipolar diagnosis. He said, my wife's not bipolar because it just didn't fit the lifestyle that he was trying to live. So he did not want the bipolar diagnosis. Patrick had one foot out. He was already tired of Lindsay. He just was. You can even tell as he's sitting on the stand, he's just like, this is a life that I don't live anymore. I don't want to be in this state. I don't want to be around this. I want no parts of it. Still curious to see if the judge is going to rule that the TikToker can, get on the stand and testify. About McLean being a bad hospital. Lindsay is definitely medicated sitting there. You can see sometimes she's just, her eyes are like she's in slow motion, so they probably definitely have her medicated. But I'm very curious as to what the state. I don't know right now if she's in a prison or if is she in a psych hospital. I'm not sure, but it looks like they're coming back. But I'm very curious as to how her mental health is now. Is she just, fitting right in like a normal prisoner? Is she still saying she's depressed? Does she, I'm very curious to if she's cured now. This judge and his breaks is just unbelievable. That's why as soon as I see them moving their heads, I don't even jump to it because I know as soon as he come up, we're back. Can I see a sidebar? Jesus Christ. Insanity. The prosecution has to really, I think they've done a good case here so far. Are we back? Yeah, we're back. We're back. We're back on. We're back on.
Your Honor, we could just go back to sidebar.
Sure.
Please, sorry.
Back to sidebar. Oh man, I thought we had action. In most trials that I've ever watched, or usually they just walk up to the bench and they can have them turn the TV cameras off. Usually they just walk up to the bench. All this going over in the corner and all this nonsense is ridiculous. But I was saying I think the prosecutor is definitely they've done a good job. They put on, first it was starting off a little shaky there. I was like, what's going on? You know, all this redundancy, but now they got their steam, and I think they're putting on the case well, and it's painting a clear picture that she was organized. She was.
While we're waiting
Okay.
for the jury, I just kind of remind again that we've got people coming in and out at all times. I want to remind everybody of the pending media order regarding certain pieces of evidence. I also want to remind the warning that I gave, I think it was last week, that there are to be no disruptive statements or anything that's going to disrupt these proceedings. If that's done, they will be dealt with summarily, as we say. All right, so just a warning in regards to that. Okay.
I must be saying something in the courtroom. He probably said, we're losing. You gotta put some waterworks on here. Do your little. Anytime she wants to do the shake and cry, the hair is to the front. Put your hair back there, Lindsay. Let us see your whole face. Usually the hair is back, the glasses are on. She's looking like Andrea Yates, but then when it's time to cry, it's. Yeah.
We all set? All right, yeah. Ready for the jury.
All right, here comes the jury.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
His voice gets low.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everybody, thank you. We're going to return now to the Commonwealth's case.
System, perinatal behavioral health. Bradley as the next witness, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I object. It's not contested. I don't think it's necessary, so I object.
All right. Same finding.
Yes.
Good afternoon. You stop right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Good, thanks. Just going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, come on.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yeah, Nicole Bradley,
And where do you work?
Plymouth County Sheriff's Department.
What do you do there?
I'm an Assistant Deputy Superintendent of the Field Services Division.
And as one of the roles of the Field Services Division, does the Sheriff's Department engage in what's called hospital watch?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell us very briefly what that is?
Yep. So if any safekeep, detainee, or inmate goes over to the hospital, we use our deputies and matrons to cover them.
on a security watch.
And are the employees from the Sheriff's Department who are on those watches required to log the activity of who comes and goes from the individuals who they are there to watch?
Yes, they are.
And are those records kept in the normal course of business at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar with those records and what they look like?
Yes, I am.
If I may approach?
Objection to the record.
Okay, all right. You want to approach and then?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Then there'll be no objection.
Just going to show you a packet. If you could take a quick look at that.
Yep. Yep.
And does that packet reflect the hospital logs that are kept by the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar that between January 25th, 2023 and February 3rd of 2023, that the Sheriff's Department engaged in hospital watch on a patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I am.
Would move to admit
All right,
this.
those may be admitted.
227.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Renee Stonebridge.
Same objection as to sidebar, Judge.
Okay.
It's not contested,
All
it's
right.
not necessary.
All right, same finding, same analysis. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury that an outcome between the I do. Thank you. You may have a seat. Thank you.
Watch your step, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, Ms. Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, Renee Stonebridge.
Where do you work?
I work at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts at the Boston office.
And what department do you work for?
I work for the Chief Medical Examiner's office.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked there since July of 2017.
And can you describe your educational background?
Yes, I did 4 years of college at SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in German languages and literature and biology. And then I did 4 years at the American University of Antigua, where I got my medical degree. I also graduated with honors, magna cum laude. After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York. I also served as chief resident during my final year there, so 2016 to 2017. After that, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And then after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital. And I am board certified in forensic pathology, anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and neuropathology.
What is neuropathology?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, the dura, the eyes, and spinal cord, and muscle.
What is your role at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts?
My role there is the Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology. I'm also a medical examiner, but my primary focus is brains and hearts.
And so will there be an occasion where a medical examiner is doing an autopsy and they will send you either a brain or eyes or things of that nature to examine?
Yes.
And why are those things sent to you in particular?
We have certain criteria that is followed in order for a neuropathology consult to occur. Some occasions are any children under the age of 2. I am to receive the brain, typically the spinal cord, depends on circumstances, the eyes and the dura as well. Also, if there's any suspicion of some type of homicidal injury to the head, blunt trauma typically, those cases will typically come to me as well. Sometimes there are cases in which it may just be something that is a surprise. One of the MEs is doing the autopsy, the head is opened up and they see something unexpected, they see something that may be hard to diagnose as someone who is not neuropathology trained, or maybe something like a tumor that is unexpected, or a rare neurologic disease, neurodegenerative disease that requires further neuropathologic evaluation.
And were you tasked with doing some examinations regarding Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy?
Yes.
And specifically for Cora Clancy, what did you examine?
For Cora Clancy, I examined the eyes.
And what were your findings when you examined her eyes?
The findings when I examined the eyes were that there was acute hemorrhage of the extraocular muscles and adipose tissue. So when the eyes are taken out, this happens after the brain comes out of the skull. And there is a thin portion of bone in the bottom frontal portion of the skull where that bone is broken, and the eyes can then be examined on the inside of the head. Obviously, they're examined also on the outside of the head as well. But you can look at the optic nerve and you can look at the tissue that is surrounding the eyes. So the eyes are within the head with some muscle and some adipose tissue. So there is hemorrhage in these portions of adipose tissue and muscle that is surrounding the eye itself. And then also one of the findings was that the optic nerve sheath on the left side has some punctate hemorrhage. So the eyes, they're sitting in the head, and then there's the optic nerve that connects to the back of the eye and goes to the brain, which sends these signals so people can see. And there was some hemorrhage in this portion surrounding the nerve that connects the left eye.
And are you able to determine by seeing these hemorrhages what caused them?
Hemorrhages themselves are a very general finding. However, given the entirety of the case, knowing what I know from the autopsy findings, I can say it is consistent with something asphyxial.
And why is it that when there's something asphyxial, that means strangulation of some type, correct?
Yes, it can be.
Why is it that these types of hemorrhages occur in the eye?
What happens when there's some sort of asphyxial element to a person, it could be from many different things, but what happens is the blood in the head, if there's, say, some type of compression of the neck or something else that causes asphyxia, there's many things, but if there's some sort of compression, the blood basically gets kind of stuck in the head area, and because the blood can't flow back down through the body, what happens is there's little tiny blood vessels. They're in the eyes, they're in the skin, in the mouth, all over the head region. They basically get blocked up with this blood because it can't move. And these little blood vessels will burst, which leads to these little hemorrhages.
And in terms of Dawson Clancy, what did you examine with Dawson Clancy?
For Dawson Clancy, I examined the eyes as well.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was also some acute hemorrhages in these muscle and adipose tissue surrounding the eyes. And then the right eye had some small hemorrhages in the posterior retina and the optic nerve sheath. So the back of the eye, there's the retina within the eye, and the retina connects with the optic nerve at the back portion of the eye. And in this case, there was a little bit of hemorrhage at that connection point where the retina connects to the optic nerve.
And what is hemorrhage?
Hemorrhage itself is just blood that is no longer contained in a blood vessel.
So it's burst from that vessel?
Correct.
And then in terms of Callan Clancy, what did you examine with Callan Clancy?
For Callan Clancy, I examined the brain, the dura, the spinal cord, and the eyes.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was hypoxic ischemic changes. Essentially, that means that there has been some sort of incident which has caused the brain to have a certain period of time in which blood and oxygen flow were not appropriate. So in this case, there was a time frame in which there was no blood going to the brain, there wasn't enough oxygen going to the brain, and the brain will show certain findings in these sort of circumstances. One of the things I note is that there's edema. Edema is when the brain starts to swell. Edema is also a very general finding. It can happen in many instances, but the edema basically means that the brain starts to swell, so you don't have the nice kind of bumpy pattern on the brain. It starts to swell up and it gets a little more flattened because the brain is encased in the skull, so now it's pressing against the skull because it's swelling up and getting bigger. One of the other things I noted with that was that there was compression of the ventricles. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system inside the brain that allow for the cerebral spinal fluid to flow through the brain and go into the spinal cord. And when the brain starts to swell up, it not only swells up outwards, but swells inwards on itself as well. So these ventricles that are located in the inside portion of the brain are starting to get kind of squashed because the brain is swelling. Another thing I noted was that the brain was diffusely friable, meaning that it's very soft. So one of the things I do on all my brain cases is they go into formalin. The formalin allows them to fix, which basically firms up the tissue. And it makes the tissue more easy to manipulate. A fresh brain coming out of a skull is very soft. It's very easy to damage it. It's very easy to put your fingers through it if you're not careful. So one of the things that gets done is these brains will go into formalin. I typically will let them fix for about 2 weeks or so. And sometimes, regardless of the fixation time at the formalin, sometimes the brain still will not firm up the way it should, because if I'm receiving a brain and it's already has hypoxic ischemic changes, the formalin is only going to penetrate the tissue so much because the tissue is essentially already dead.
Can I just stop you for a second? What is hypoxic ischemic changes? Hypoxic
ischemic changes is when you are getting lack of blood and oxygen flow. So hypoxic is the oxygen portion and ischemic is the blood portion.
So what you saw with Callan's brain was consistent with a lack of blood and oxygen?
Correct, yes.
Which then led to brain death?
Correct, yes.
How long, based on your training and experience, does it take for a brain to start dying after the loss of blood flow and oxygen?
It varies based on different sources. Most sources say it's between about 6 to 8 minutes. If there is no oxygen flow, then the brain will essentially start dying. It depends on, if there's resuscitation that occurs afterwards, but it's generally in the frame of 6 to 8 minutes or so.
And once brain tissue dies, it can't be brought back, correct?
Correct, yes.
I have nothing further, thank you.
You're welcome.
Reddington? All right.
Commonwealth calls
Hold on. Counsel, hold on. We're going to take a short break. All right? So why don't this will be a very short break. Come out, we'll come right back. Okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors, close the notebooks. Please come to chairs, please. This way.
I don't believe you, Lindsay. Lindsay knew that this
Session.
We'll be in a short recess
woman was coming out.
in the courtroom.
Everybody, clear the court.
Lindsay knew that this witness was coming out. Thus the reason the hair to the front, her hair has been back, glasses on. She hasn't showed no signs of emotion. We've went through witness after witness after witness. Now Here comes someone that's going to speak to how heinous this crime was and not her being depressed, and it's no glasses, here to the front. She knows that camera is looking at her from this angle, and you're not going to really be able to see. Like, everything she does is calculated, and it's performative to me. I you know, there's no sincerity here. I feel like someone's sad about what they did. You know, she's never like expressed like any remorse about this, right? That anyone has testified to yet. But someone that's sad, it would show, like, it would be consistent no matter who was on the stand. You know what I mean? You're sitting there, you know what it is that you did while you're sitting on trial. But as soon as it's something that's going to shock the jury, she tries to overpower. As it gets worse, the testimony, she gets more, she gets more loud. Lindsay, you're not fooling me. Reddington's like, you know, try to give her a little hug. And I think that, you know, the judge wants to go, first of all, the judge likes his breaks. Let's be clear. But I'm thinking that when she starts that, he wants to go on break so the jury won't be swayed. You know, you need to listen and hear what it was that they said, and we will deal with Lindsay. You know, we're not going to be swayed, but she gets louder as it gets worse, like the testimony, as it gets worse. Yeah, you know, cut it off for 6 minutes and all this. She gets louder with the cries and the shoulder shaking. But am I imagining this, or is this valid, that when it's time to cry, the hair is already to the front? Because she already knew who was coming out there. She already knew. I had not seen her. The cry is forced, and it's loud and, you know, performative. But the judge sure took that opportunity to get his little break in, his granola bar for the day. Even though, you know, we've been on break most of the 2 o'clock hour, the judge has to get it in there. It's important to him. His work-life balance is real. I know he's been drinking all that water and coffee. He's probably like, I gotta go to the bathroom. Now's a good time. Now's a good time for us to go to break. It's like, but I think Reddington is just like exhausted with the witnesses that are going back to the crime scene. I think we need to like, we need to move forward now. We got to move forward to other witnesses. I understood the state trooper and anybody that was watching her makes sense, because they're trying to establish that she got the idea of the voices, etc., from that phone call while she was in there. That's very pertinent to her mental state and psychosis, etc., and how it all played out. You know, let's keep moving forward now. We understand, right? It was heinous. They've seen the photos. You know, let's keep moving forward. That way it's a clear path to what happened versus, okay, we were here, now we're going backwards, kind of. It could be confusing. The judge had a stress ball. I didn't see it. He's so funny. He'd be taking his little notes and he'd be like, no, he'll look at the witness. Why don't you speak up? But he could get feisty. Remember when Reddington was like, I don't want to go to Sidebar? He was like, wait a minute. It's my courtroom. Like he can turn up. Like, you know, he's very like, it seems like he's nice and like a calm judge, and he not flexing his power, but he could turn up a little bit. Let's be real. Him and Reddington are probably friends. Him and Reddington are most likely friends. You know, like that's just the way it is. Soon as Lindsay had that hair to the front, I knew she was about to push the cry out. I knew it was coming. I said, somebody must be coming on this stand that's going to give some testimony to remind the jury of why we're actually sitting here, what it is. Because you got to think, for days now, we've just been talking about how sick she was, you know, how much she needed help. not too much talk about her, what happened to those kids, right? We haven't really been talking about that. Now when it's time to come back to that, it's, she do her little Harlem shake, she's getting ready. I don't know if you guys ever seen that meme, that meme that's going around. It was going around all summer on social media when it's like, I gotta laugh so my boss will give me what I want. And they show themselves like being under, like head up, and they're doing like this, acting like they're laughing. It's the same thing with the cry, It's like, girl, you do not have to like stop. I just don't, still attention seeking, because I strongly believe this was all a personality disorder. There's not a ounce. I haven't heard one thing yet on testimony or anything that's made me feel not 1 ounce of sadness or sorrow for Lindsay Clancy. I don't. I think that she should spend the rest of her days in a prison and not in a state psychiatric hospital, because I believe she knew what she was doing. I have always felt sorrow for those children, because I've always felt sorrow, for those children because of what happened to them. So I think people that lose the plot and are not thinking about them and what happened to them was heinous. Yeah, I think it definitely is good to okay, let's get grounded. This woman, took out 3 children. They're the victims here. Essentially, the state is representing them. They're the victims here in this case, and it's very, very, very sad. And she took their lives, but she's ruined a lot of people's lives. No matter what type of husband Patrick was, or if he wasn't really in tune with her mental health, no matter what the case is, she traumatized him for life as well. No matter how he presents or moved on or tries to have another family, he will never get over what happened to his children and finding them in the basement. He will never get over that. So she ruined him. I'm sure their parents are, affected by it. Look at all the providers. Look how Dr. Tufts looked on that stand. She looked exhausted. She looked defeated. She's a new doctor and coming in new, trying to care, trying to be there and be compassionate for her patients, and she got manipulated, and it, I could say what essentially probably is going to follow her forever if it didn't already, ruin her career. And now that it's a national case, maybe people in Massachusetts kind of were talking about it, but the civil suit comes, and then now this is a national case where you have millions of people across the nation talking about it and making her out to be the villain and actually blaming her for those kids not being here anymore. It's going to be hard to be a good psychiatrist. Now your name is famous. She ruined her. Gelada, the same thing. People are going to look like she ruined a lot of people's lives with her, web of deceit. She pulled a lot of people into this. Look at the officer who walked in on the scene, who was one of the first responding officers. He was so emotional on the stand, probably has PTSD, struggling. She ruined a lot of people with her antics. So I don't feel sorry for Lindsay Clancy. Dr. Tufts looked like, it was like, Doc, you need a banana bag. You need some concealer. It's like it took everything in her to get up and get to court that day. Because Friday, when she was, being questioned by the prosecution, she didn't look like that. I was like, okay, Dr. Tufts, I don't know what, she must have been looking at social media. She must have been, thinking about Reddington. And she came in on Monday looking like she aged 50 years and like she hadn't slept in decades. It's like she just looked old and just looked, pale. And I felt so bad for her. because she's probably like, what the hell is going on? Like, I tried everything to help this one. This is the first time where we've seen, you know, a provider going above and beyond actually come back to haunt you and potentially ruin your career. So she is at Duxbury Hospital. She should be in prison. You know, that's probably why she got the hair dye, right? Because she's not in prison. So, you know, the hospitals function differently. So it's a different setup to be able to stay there. You know, they can dye your hair. Oh, have the family bring in dye. You know, the rules are, I spent many years working in a state hospital. We have forensic units. They have different, they go out for fresh air. They you know, arts and crafts. And it's just totally different than being in a prison. Totally different than being in a prison. Yeah, I thought about Dr. Tufts, you know, especially after she got off that stand. And remember at the end there when she was kind of going at it back and forth with Reddington about the way he was trying to flip her note, and then I seen it, she was like, that's not what it said. Like, she was so upset. When she grabbed herself and walked off, she just looked defeated. Imagine your whole life, right? You want to be a physician. It's a dream of yours. You go to college, you go through med school, you're successful, right? You go through residency, you achieve your dreams, and 1 year in of practicing, you're a young doctor, you're married, you're living your life. 1 year in, 1 month in, she was 1 month, Gelada was 1 year. 1 month into achieving your dream, getting your first job, you're attending now, you're out there on your own, and you run into Lindsay Clancy. You run into a patient, and 4 months later, that patient unalives 3 of her children. And next thing you know, she's suing you and everyone's blaming you. That has to be painful. That has to be painful. I mean, she was going above and beyond for Lindsay. You know, she was bending over backwards for Lindsay, and she was being manipulated. Yeah, I think Gelada came in like, they ain't gonna get me. You know, Gelada came in like, nope, they're not gonna get me. By the end, she was like, you know, she had the bags. By the end, she was like, what I'm trying to say is, you know, she had her acronyms and she was good. And then it got shaky at the end because it was like, what do you mean? She kind of had bipolar, and she might have been bipolar. She started, by the end, she was defeated, and she was kind of second guessing herself, and I think it's because Lindsay was wearing her down. She was in contact with the office every single day, sometimes multiple times a day, sometimes starting at 6 in the morning, on nights, 8 o'clock at night, on weekends, just so much. She'll be calling her and then calling her primary care physician, then calling Dr. Tufts, then calling the clinical social worker, then calling the mental health counselor, then calling the programs, and then this, that. That was Patrick wanting her to go to those programs. That's the only reason why she ended up in Mass General Hospital ER and at McLean, was because Patrick was like, no, you're going. He said it on the stand, because that wasn't a part of the plan. Any overwhelmed mom would have been happy to go into the hospital and get a break. Yeah, the witnesses are, you know, it's just like I think the prosecution should have, I don't know what resources they have, you know, the public prosecutor's office, but they should have done more bringing in some better witnesses, like the psychiatrist that treated her at McLean Hospital. Yeah, she should have been a witness, but not a witness to testify to the skeleton crew and things like that. Shouldn't have been her. So that looked bad. And they should have did a little more prep with Leticia Dukes. I mean, this happened 3 years ago. They knew this trial was coming for a long time. No way Leticia should have been in there without her notes, and kind of, she pulled it together at the end, but oh man, it was looking shaky. She was looking like, by the time Reddington was getting done with her, she was looking like she was a witness for him. because it was looking bad there. I'm like, Leticia, you said she wasn't sad or depressed, and now you're saying she was tearful, she was anxious. Like, what's going on here? I was confused. Yes, I agree. Both Tufts and Gelada had an out. Once Tufts realized that she was seeing Gelada, that was her out. And once Gelada, she told her, yeah, I have a psychiatrist and I just got some meds from her, Lamictal or whatever it was that she got from Tufts. That was Gelada's way out. But I think these were both newer providers wanting to retain their patient population, and that's what it is. They didn't want to discharge patients because you're probably, you're trying to build up your practice, your caseload. You're trying to build up your caseload, so it's not, it's not common to be like, okay, I don't. But in that instance, it would have benefited them if they would have stopped seeing Lindsay. I would have said, especially like Gelada. Once I knew she had a psychiatrist on board, I would have said, this is more complex than what we can handle. We can't help you here. You should stick with your psychiatrist. And it's not like abandoning a patient because she had all those other services in place. They could have easily cut her loose. Julie Paul was right in that office and saying, I'm not dealing with this woman. That's what it was. Julie Paul, she made it seem like she transferred care of Lindsay because she was leaving, but if she still was hanging around weeks later, it's because she didn't want to deal. She knew what that was going to be about once she started realizing she's not doing this or that, or she quickly put her on Gelada to deal with. And then she bounced up out of there. I don't think she's getting sued either. I gotta double look at that lawsuit again, but I don't think Paul is in that lawsuit. Conflict of interest. It was so inappropriate that her mom called her up and said, hey, I got, my daughter-in-law needs some help, and that she called her from her personal cell phone on a Sunday. Wow, it was Julie she did that intake, had one visit with her and said, nope, I'm transferring you to somebody else. I don't have the capacity for this. We are still on break, 20 minutes on break. Wow. And Lindsay parents are there. We will see. I'll have to look and see if Julie Paul is a part of the lawsuit. Because if she is not, that would be interesting. Yeah, no one, I'm very mind blown and shocked by none of these providers saying, well, let me get the records and see what the other provider is saying. It really, really, really is shocking to me that they all just continue to treat her without getting any records. We are still on a break. If you are just entering, drop in the chat where you are checking in from and what is your nursing specialty if you are a nurse, if you haven't already done that. They are taking an extended break today. They've been more off than on today for break. New Mexico. New Mexico is here. We got some ICU nurses in the chat. Home Hospice RN. Hello, checking in. Hi, Brianna. Indiana. Hi, Karen. Jacquees. Am I saying that right? Checking in from New Mexico. Texas Labor and Delivery. Pennsylvania. NYC. Congratulations on your last year of FNP school. Hi, Nurse Jessica, clinical educator. What is she doing back there? Having a breakdown? What is going on? Make sure you hit the thumbs up and subscribe. We will be here covering this trial until the day that we get the verdict. As of now, where do you think the jury is going to land? Guilty or not guilty by reason of insanity? Oh, tomorrow is the one day I will not be here. I am speaking at a nursing pinning, actually my alma mater. The RN program that I graduated from, I am the speaker at their nurse pinning tomorrow in New York City. So I will not be able to, we won't be on live together tomorrow to gather, but we will be here together once again on Friday. And then on Saturday, we'll be doing a live here. The time to be determined. I'll let you guys know the time tomorrow. We'll be looking at all the evidence. I will go through all of the evidence, gather it up, and look at the inconsistencies between the two. You know, what the witnesses are saying. So we will be doing that on Saturday. But yes, tomorrow, I won't be on tomorrow, but every other day of this trial, I will be here. And even when this trial is over, Nurses in the News will be daily at 10 a.m. For all your, Nurses in the News. If you're new here and you don't know me from TikTok or IG, I'm AprnBeauty on all those platforms, and I've been doing nursing news for 5 years across social media. I do a lot of news stories, a lot of advocating on behalf of the nursing profession. So that's what I'm known for, and I'll be doing Nurses in the News live every day, 10 a.m. and we'll be bringing in other nurses who are just regular nurses that can weigh in on whatever the topics are that are going on nursing. That's what's going to make this show different from what we've seen like before. So because I think a lot of times stuff happens in the news with nursing and we're looking like, no, this is not the way. I don't think anybody can tell our stories better than us, and we're all experts in whatever specialty we're working in, right? So if you've been a labor and delivery nurse 1-2 years, you can say you're very knowledgeable and an expert, and you can speak to something that happened in labor and delivery. And I think it's very needed in this space. This is why I'm starting this show, because nurses are get a lot of bad rap on social media, and people are quick to make us the villain in a lot of these stories. And it's simply because of the lack of knowledge. They just don't understand how hospitals work, how the healthcare system works. So I think just, covering these stories, getting our stories out there, telling them, and putting a nurse's perspective out there in a healthy, confident way is going to help elevate the profession. This break is outrageous. So is she having like some breakdown back there? He might come back and say, listen, hello, Miss Lady Butterfly, thank you for being here. He might come back and say, listen, we're gonna break break for the day. We're gonna, you know, we're gonna go sidebar, and we're gonna break for the day. I could see him saying that. We're gonna let you go early, stretch your legs, don't talk to the media, don't do any research. Okay, here they're coming back. Watch him probably.
All right.
Let's see if he's
Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
I told you! I knew it! He's so predictable. It's getting close to his golfing time. He's like, he probably gonna come back. Well, why don't we break for today? You know, we're gonna let you go. You know, don't do any research. Don't talk to the media. Don't go on social media. Don't do any drive-bys. You know, we're gonna let you go. We're gonna start tomorrow, but we're on schedule and not ahead of schedule. So that's good news. But I'll let you know tomorrow what the actual schedule really is. That's how he does. Don't take any field trips. Where does he think they're gonna go? Scope out the house? Okay, I think here they go. Let's see what he does.
All right, George entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, I just kind of want to revisit an instruction I've given you a couple times, I think, during the course of this trial. It's important to understand and remember that sometimes there's evidence that's presented in the trial that creates an emotional reaction. But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight that the evidence produces. Your verdict in this case is going to have to be based solely on the evidence, and it's not going to be, it cannot be based on sympathy or anger or passion or prejudice. All right? So you've got to keep that in mind. And so with this, we're going to go to the next witness. Okay.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Barbara Vidal Olson.
Same objection.
All right. Same finding and analysis.
Afternoon, ma'am. Sound like you're ready to write into the clerk.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony of the evidence you shall give before me the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
All right. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right. I'm going to ask you also to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone if you would.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Dr. Barbara Olson, B-A-R-B-A-R-A-O-L-S-O-N. I previously practiced under my maiden name, Barbara Vidal, V-I-D-A-L.
Can you describe for us your educational background, please?
I completed my undergraduate studies at the University of New Mexico. I also completed 4 years of medical school at the University of New Mexico School of Medicine. Afterwards, I came to Boston to study the field of pathology at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. I completed a 4-year residency program there, studying both anatomical pathology and clinical pathology. And after my residency, I did a surgical pathology fellowship studying the gastrointestinal tract, liver, and pancreas. And I ended my training doing a fellowship of forensic pathology at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I am board certified in anatomical pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
It is essentially the study of causes that are diseases, disorders, or trauma that results in sudden, unexpected, or non-natural deaths.
And do you currently work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, I'm a medical examiner at the Cape Cod office of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
How long have you worked there?
Since 2021.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
I have examined over 1,900 bodies and performed over 800 autopsies.
And when performing an autopsy, is there a specific process or procedure that you follow?
Yes, so an autopsy is composed of many parts, the first part being documentation review and the second part being the examination of the body, which is broken up into two parts. The first part being the external examination, where I look for identifying characteristics of a decedent, such as eye color or hair color. I also look for any evidence of natural disease or trauma on the outside of the body. And the second part is the internal examination, where I create a Y-like incision on the chest and abdomen and examine the soft tissues, bones, and organs, looking for any evidence of natural disease and trauma. I also examine the brain.
And did you perform an autopsy on Cora Clancy on January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you follow that same process with Cora Clancy?
Yes.
And so that started with a document review, is that correct?
Yes.
And what type of documents are you reviewing when you do that?
Typically, I have a preliminary police report to review, as well as either EMS records or records from the emergency department.
And did you start with an external examination of Cora?
Yes.
And what did you observe during that external examination?
The external examination of Cora, I saw evidence of medical intervention. She was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin. She had her neck stabilized with a cervical collar, and she had an intraosseous catheter, which is a type of IV that they put directly into the bone on her right lower leg. Her hands at the time of my external examination were covered by police evidence bags, and they were secured at the wrist with tape. When I removed those, the fingers showed no evidence of injury, and the fingernails were all of equal length and intact. And then I noted evidence of trauma of the neck with associated injuries of her head and minor injuries of her right arm and of her legs as well.
And in terms of the injuries that you observed, evidence of trauma to her neck, were there also injuries to her face and neck area that seemed to go along with the trauma to her neck?
Yes, there were findings of the head that were associated with the trauma of the neck.
And what were those?
So on her neck, she had a ligature furrow. A ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck or compress the neck, and a furrow is simply the pattern of injury that develops underneath the site of compression. So for Cora, her ligature furrow consisted of a linear, horizontally oriented area of pallor or paleness around her neck with distinct superior and inferior edges. On the front part of her neck, the lower half of the ligature furrow was associated with additional red abrasions ranging from 1 to 2 millimeters in size. And on the back of her neck, the superior and inferior edges of the ligature furrow had developed some linear bruising as well.
And what do you mean by a furrow?
So again, the furrow is a ligature is when you have external compression by an object on the neck, and a furrow is simply a pattern of injury that occurs beneath it. It can be an imprint, it could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, Counsel, we're going to take a break this time, all right?
All right. Jurors, close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
recess for a few minutes. I'm going to come back. We'll speak to council in regards to schedule. Okay.
It looks like she might have 2 staff members with her there. Those might be 2 nurses. You know, the prosecutor should request, listen, keep her, you know, we got to get through this case. If she can't control herself, she should probably not be sitting there. Her attorney is there. Right in line with having a personality disorder. When the attention was all on her and we sat and listened to her struggling with her mental health and how many times she called, she didn't shed a tear. She didn't shed a tear. She did not shed a tear. She didn't even shed a tear when they talked about what she went through in the hospital. You know, falling out the window, you know, jumping out the window and the cuts. And anytime she thinks the jury is about to see her for like the monster she is, here comes the waterworks. And this time she spoke out. She said, I can't do this. You did it. That's why we're here in the courtroom. You did it ×3. There's no sincerity here in this. I just don't, I don't see it. I don't feel it. Yeah, the judge is probably gonna, you know, let them go. He probably like, yeah, get my stretch on, you know, and he's ready to go anyway. It's 4 o'clock, it's a nice day out. He's like, yeah, my time's up here anyway. I'm ready to go. That judge is not staying in this courtroom a minute over 4 o'clock. Yeah, they should say she has to sit outside the courtroom, you know, when any medical examiners are on the scene. She came out ready to cry. If her hair wasn't over her shoulders, she came out ready to cry because Lindsay's hair has been back. Her glasses have been on. She was watching Gelada testify like she wanted to, you know, jump up there. She was like, you know, she was watching her testify and just looking at her with this stare. Soon as she came back out from break here with her hair covering her face, I knew she was about to start crying. It's too calculated. And I mean, if you're going to plan it, you got to say, you know, you got to cry a little bit, you know, when they're talking about you. You got to cry a little bit when they're not talking about the kids. You know, you got to cry periodically during the whole thing so it doesn't look so calculated. But I agree. I think they're probably going to end court for today. Today was a good day for the prosecution, I would say. It started off shaky, but for what we did get through today, Leticia Dukes ended up actually coming through, you know, showing that there was no addiction. And also Lindsay was laughing on December, you know, in December. She was laughing. She was able to laugh. She wasn't flat. She didn't have no, which is very different from what Gelada testified. She testifies that every time she saw her, she was worse than were flat, emotionless, And then here you have the counselor saying she was laughing with her. That's why I think she was putting on an act, but she forgot to put it on with Leticia, right? Because she didn't have much interaction with her. And she's like, these are the ones prescribing. I gotta, put it on for them. She didn't put it on much for her. Because, if you're flat and depressed, you don't just pop out of it the next day or a few hours later and then go back into it. Like, it just doesn't work that way. And it wasn't consistent, She was going out with her nurse co-workers. She was going to the gym. And exercising wasn't just because the doctors told her to. She had always been physically fit and in shape, and so that's something there as well. So we will see when court is back in session. But I don't think the judge is. I don't know, but the judge is probably going to end this, because they usually end like 3:50, 3:55. They don't stay till like 4 o'clock. They surely don't go a minute over 4. So like 3:38. He'd be looking at the clock. He'd be getting antsy. He'd be like, the judge, he'd be like, soon as he could get it in, counsel, why don't we come sidebar? Why don't we come to sidebar? He's ready to stop them. Like, don't go getting into no long line of questioning, because I'm ending this. I'm going to enjoy my life for the rest of the evening. Reddington definitely looks stressed. I agree. Attorney Reddington looks stressed out. For the first time I'm seeing him, he's like, you bit off more than you can chew here with this case. Because it's really, the case isn't going the way he wants it to, no matter how he tries to spin it. He is an amazing attorney. I think he's dope. But, because he could put doubt in there. If you didn't have any medical knowledge and you're just a layperson, you could be sitting here like, well, wait a minute. Why didn't they do X, Y, Z? So he is good at what he's doing, but a lot of it is just absolutely ridiculous. Like, why didn't Dr. Tufts give her a hug? Why didn't she call her parents? That's not real. That's not reality in medicine, You're surely not giving us, your psychiatrist giving somebody a hug. Next thing you know, you're on SA charges. You got a whole nother problem for putting your arms around somebody. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. So yeah, and the thing about the jury is, like, you'll never know until it's over, because I'm pretty sure they're all going to be doing interviews and things like that once it's over. You'll know once it's over if it was a nurse on the jury, or if it was a doctor on the jury, or if it was, just like a mom on the jury. They had a hard time picking this jury because a lot of people were declining to be jurors on this case. They went through, I think they said, like, hundreds and hundreds of people. And then people were like, no, I decline to be on this jury. I don't want to do it. Today was a lot of breaks today. We spent most of the time on break. They came in late today. A lot of breaks today. But I think as of now, I just don't think the case has proven that she was psychotic. They really don't respect those jurors' time. You got to think you're away from, you're away from your job. It's already a long trial. All these breaks and dragging things out. No respect for the jurors' time. We will see. We are here and we are waiting for court to start back. They got us on the waiting game today. Unreal. We'll see. I think we might have some action where the camera is just moving. We are waiting for court to come back. This episode of Nurses in the News is sponsored by Emerge Weight Loss. That's emergeweight.com, the best telehealth company on the internet for GLP-1 medications if you are looking to start your health journey. We are
For the
back.
record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel Sidebar, please.
Wow. Sidebar. And we just got back. These breaks are insane.
Yeah, please. All set.
Yes, I am still under oath.
All rise, jury. Court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right, Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. You had described previously the injuries to Cora's neck. Were there also injuries on her face that correlated to those marks?
Yes. On examination of her face, she showed diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face, most prominently around the skin of the eyes. She showed petechial hemorrhages on the inside of her eyelids as well as the inside of her lips.
And if I could have photo 2246, please. Doctor, there's a remote here. If you press and hold the top button, you can highlight what you're talking about in the photo when it comes up. What are we seeing here? Is that the area of the petechial hemorrhage?
Yes, in this photo, I have the lower lip pulled down, and on the inside of the lower lip, we can see punctate hemorrhages, which are the petechial hemorrhages.
Okay, and if you could, is that working for you? Oh. I can need to see that. There we go. Okay. This area here?
Yes.
Okay. You just hold that top button and hold it down. And so we can remove that photo. When you talked about petechial hemorrhage in the eyes and eyelids, did it look similar to that?
Yes.
And basically it's those red marks all around the mouth, and then those same red marks were on the eyes.
Yes.
Eyelids, you tell me where they were.
So they are pinpoint hemorrhages that occur, and again, they were located on the inside of the eyelids, so I inverted the eyelids, and I lifted open the inside of the lips, and they were also in those locations.
And if we could have photo of 7784, please. If you could tell us what injuries we're seeing here in this photo.
In this photo, we are looking at the body from the left, and you can see the ligature furrow in this photo. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior edge. You can also appreciate in this photo some small punctate hemorrhages or the petechial hemorrhages of the face.
Okay. And if you could show photo 7782, please. What are we seeing here in terms of injuries?
In this photo, we are looking at the front of the neck, again focused on the ligature furrow, which is this distinct area, linear area of pallor, and on the front of her neck, the lower half of this ligature furrow had scattered red abrasions associated with it.
You can take down the photo. What are abrasions in terms of what you do?
So abrasion occurs when there is sufficient friction against the skin to cause a removal of the superficial layer of the skin.
Is it basically a scrape?
Yes.
And can we have photo 2256, please? You can tell us what we're looking at here, please.
This is a close-up photo of the back of the neck. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior linear edges. You can appreciate that the linear edges in this photo started to develop linear bruising.
And were there other injuries on the body other than those on the neck and the face?
Yes, she had injuries to her right arm and on her legs.
And if I could show you photograph 7789. Are you able to tell us what we're looking at here?
This is an up-close photo where we can see a very small, faint bruise. All of the bruises on her legs as well as her right arm consisted of small scattered bruises.
And if we could have photo 7770. What are we seeing here?
This is an image focused on her right leg. Here we see 3 bruises on her knee and 2 bruises on her left lower leg. This is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site where the needle enters the bone.
And if we could see 7790, please. What are we seeing here?
This is a close-up photo of her left leg. Again, we can see a bruise here as well as a bruise here on her left lower leg.
And then the last photo, 2233. Oh, I'm sorry, one more after that. What are we seeing here in this photograph?
In this photo, we can see the bruises I described earlier, as well as the inside of her left ankle. We're seeing 2 additional bruises.
And if we could see photograph 7794. What is shown in this photo?
This is an image of her left leg, again showing the 2 bruises close to her left ankle and then additional bruises on her left lower leg.
And then 7775, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is an image of her right arm extended, and I have the image focused on her right bicep where there was 3 small bruises.
And in terms of bruising, are you able to tell the age of a bruise by looking at it?
No.
Can you tell whether it's a fresh or an old bruise?
So generally speaking, we can appreciate the color of bruises. So red, blue, purple bruises tend to be bruises that occur more recently, and as they heal over time, they start to take on a yellow or green appearance.
And the bruises that you observed on Cora's body, how did they appear?
They all had versions of red appearance to their shapes.
So because they had red appearance, does that mean that they are fresh wounds?
They occurred recently.
And again, you can't tell how they occurred or what the exact time and date they occurred?
Correct.
Is there any information you can glean from the location of the wounds where some of the bruises were close together, like the 3 on the knee or the 2 on the lower right leg?
No, I can only document where they are and their measurements.
Now,
so she had them on their knees.
if I may have a moment.
Sure.
And their arms, they probably was, trying to.
Going back to the injuries on her neck, what do those tell you based on your training and experience, when you're trying to determine the cause of death, what do those wounds tell you?
When I see a ligature furrow that is horizontally oriented in association with significant petechial hemorrhages, those findings are consistent with a ligature strangulation.
And what is ligature strangulation?
Again, a ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck, and a strangulation is when it is done by someone else.
And when that happens, what effect does it have on the body? How does it? What is the mechanism of death?
Ligature strangulation results in a category of asphyxial type of deaths. Asphyxia means that the body is deprived of oxygen, and in this case, specifically the brain. So when you have compression on the outside of the neck, blood is how oxygen is delivered throughout our body. So the right side of the heart delivers blood to our lungs, where during breathing and respiration, we then put oxygen to our blood. It then moves to the right side of our heart and gets pushed out to our body through blood vessels we call arteries. Once the oxygen is released at its targeted site, it then recirculates to the right side of the heart through blood vessels called veins, and the process starts all over again. It's a continuous circulation. But when you have compression of the neck, first and foremost, your airways reduce, it's compressed, so you can have a reduction in your ability to breathe or complete inhibition in your ability to breathe. When you have compressions of the veins of the neck, the blood cannot drain from the head, and so then the blood actually has a backwards flow of pressure that meets the arterial blood, and that results in an increase of blood pressure within the blood vessels, as well as an overall increase in intracranial pressure. And with the compression of the artery, there's no oxygenated blood being delivered to the brain.
And as this blood is gathering in the face and head area, is that kind of causing the same type of pressure as a balloon filling up?
Yes, or like a water pipe as well.
Okay. And what happens as that blood pools and causes that pressure in the face and the head?
What normally happens is first and foremost, the brain just has a reduced ability to take in oxygen, and in the smallest vessels in the face and brain, such as capillaries or venules, they are subject to rupture.
And as that pressure is building in those veins and are rupturing, is that painful?
Just like our blood vessels run throughout all of our body, there are nerves throughout all of our body as well. And so there is a component of pain present until loss of consciousness occurs.
And how long can it take, or does it take, for loss of consciousness to happen?
I cannot put a specific time on it for the interval. There's multiple variables to consider in a case-by-case basis. The type of ligature used, the force of the ligature used against the neck, as well as the intensity and duration of the altercation. However, in situations where there's complete oxygen deprivation, loss of consciousness can occur as early as 10 to 30 seconds, with brain damage beginning at the 1 minute mark and irreversible brain damage and subsequent death occurring around as early as 5 minutes, again with the caveat that there are variables that might accelerate or decelerate that time frame.
Is there a type of constant pressure that's required to cause that loss of consciousness?
Ultimately, once the brain has a critically low level of oxygen, a loss of consciousness will occur. It takes an average of 4 pounds to compress the veins of the neck and an average of around 10 pounds to compress the arteries of the neck.
And so if someone's squeezing something or pulling something around the neck at that 4 pounds or 10 pounds of pressure in a consistent basis without any resistance, does unconsciousness happen faster?
It could occur faster, yes.
What if someone's resisting or struggling or pulling away? Could that take longer?
When the body is in a state of stress, you have a stress response that demands an actual increase in oxygen utilization by our body. So in the presence of an increased demand with a decreased amount being delivered to the brain, it can accelerate the timeline to loss of consciousness.
What do you mean by accelerate the time to loss of consciousness?
It's obvious what she means.
No, overall, you can ask.
It would just make it occur faster.
And so if that pressure isn't constant, say someone struggles and is able to get free a little bit, and then you have to tighten it again, does that make it take longer?
Sustained.
You said anywhere from 5 to 30 seconds. What are the factors? I'm sorry, you said 10 to 30 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, for loss of consciousness.
What are the factors that are at play for whether it's 10 seconds or 30 seconds?
Again, there's multiple variables. So the force of the ligature against the neck, the actual ligature itself, and the intensity and duration of the altercation.
And once someone loses consciousness, do they immediately die?
No. So if there's no intervention, the brain continues to have a lack of oxygen, and so until the brain cells start to die, it's irreversible injury to the brain. The person is alive until the body can no longer sustain
the lack of oxygen.
If someone is strangled to the point of unconsciousness and the strangulation stops, can they wake up?
Without intervention is very unlikely.
So do you recall testifying previously that when asked if a person were to use a ligature around someone's neck to the point where they pass out?
Counsel, we had that answer, right?
It's an inconsistent statement.
This is your witness.
I know, and I can impeach with an inconsistent statement.
I see it's sidebar.
He said, "This is your witness." Yeah, this line of questioning, you know, we know the kids are, you know, they're gone. I'm not sure what the prosecutor is getting at here at this moment. And she's like, that's an inconsistent statement. And he's like, it's your witness. What do you mean? Yeah, sometimes they do the most. Okay, let's see.
Doctor, do you have to continue to strangle someone past the 30 seconds to cause death?
Look at Renee.
No.
He's frustrated.
Once the brain is subject to oxygen deprivation and brain cells start to die, it's irreversible, and so it will continue to progress towards death if there's no intervention.
What do you mean by intervention?
Resuscitative efforts, if somebody tried to give CPR, if they were hooked up to oxygen machines.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that it would be your opinion that pressure would need to be continually applied even after losing consciousness to cause death?
Sustained. Hold on. Sustained. Next question.
This prosecutor.
So your testimony is that you can strangle someone for 30 seconds, let go, and then they die?
I said that in this presence of complete oxygen deprivation, there is a general time frame, and so 30 seconds, I cannot give a specific number to that. Once strangulation occurs, again, the brain starts to be subjected to a lack of oxygen. So whether the ligature is present or whether the ligature is not present, the oxygen deprivation and irreversible brain damage is already occurring.
And there's no coming back from that?
Not without intervention. It's very unlikely. Again, the brain cannot heal those cells.
I agree with Reddington here. The kids are gone.
Did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, to medical certainty, as the cause of death of Cora?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
And was that by manual strangulation?
By strangulation.
Mechanical strangulation, I mean. Yes. Did you also examine or do an autopsy on Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
And when was that?
January 25th.
And did you observe injuries on Dawson Clancy when you did the external examination?
I did observe injuries to Dawson. He had trauma to his neck with associated injuries of the head, as well as minor injuries to his left arm and his legs.
And if we could pull up photo 2166.
Lindsay, I don't believe you.
What are we seeing in this photo?
This photo is a picture of the lower lip of Dawson being pulled down, and we can see, again, similar to Cora, these petechial hemorrhages on the inside of the mouth.
And can you also see them on the eyes in this photo?
You can see periorbital petechial hemorrhages, so the skin around the eye.
And were there also those same type of hemorrhages when you lifted the eyelid?
Yes.
And if we could have photo 2149. What are we seeing here?
Dawson on his neck, similar to Cora, had a linear horizontally oriented ligature furrow consisting of an area of pallor around the neck. He had distinct superior and inferior edges to his furrow as well. This is on the back side of the neck, where we can also appreciate abrasions that are in line or parallel with the inferior and superior edges of the furrow.
And if we could have photo 2147, please. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we can appreciate the distinct area of pallor here on the neck, again representing the ligature furrow with diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face.
And what are we seeing there on his shoulder?
This is just some dried body fluid.
And if we could see photo 2151, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is a similar photograph to the one just shown here, where you can see the distinct area of pallor representing the ligature furrow with superior and inferior edges, and again, the diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the face.
And these photos of Dawson's face, the petechial hemorrhaging on the face, appear to be darker than those and more expansive than those on Cora's face, correct?
They appear more prominent in Dawson than in Cora, yes.
And what can cause the damage being more prominent and more dispersed over the face?
Again, petechial hemorrhages occur as a result of rupturing of small vessels in the skin, and so the fact that there are more present in Dawson is indicative that there were moments where some blood did reach or push through the furrow or the ligature in little spikes or peaks, which would just result in momentary increases in blood pressure that would result in more petechial hemorrhages.
And what would cause that blood being able to flow?
Any movement against the carotid arteries. The carotid arteries are thicker and more muscular than the veins, so they're more likely to push through with the blood. So that could be movement of the ligature or movement of the person handling the ligature or movement of Dawson himself.
So it could be from Dawson struggling, or it could be from more pressure or force of the ligature?
Yes, changes in the pressure of the ligature.
And if I could see photo 2143, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is the back of his left forearm. It is a little pale with the light, but there were 3 small bruises on the back of his left forearm.
And going to photo 2155. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is a picture of us. So at this position, Dawson is face down, so we're looking at the side of his right leg, and we can see a small faint bruise here.
Those kids were on the ground struggling.
And then going to photo 2144. What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is an up-close photograph, but I can appreciate that there are small bruises in the center of the image.
And photograph 2156. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we're looking at the back of the legs. The one closest to us is the left leg. The one farthest from us is the right. You can see bruises here, here, and here, as well as the inside of the right knee.
And so when you said here, here, and here, that was the outer portion of
the left upper leg.
Thank you. We could have photo 2119, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is an up-close photo of his hands.
And is there any significance to the blueness of the fingernails?
I would not have called these necessarily blue or cyanotic. That would be more of the discoloration of his face. There is some subtle blueness to the nail beds, which is again a sign of cyanosis, which is just reflective of a decrease in oxygen in the body.
And the last photo is the PDF, please. What are we seeing here?
This image, Dawson is face up, and we can see his right and left legs. Here on his right lower leg, we see small bruises. On his right knee, left knee, we are seeing a bruise. And here is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site.
And what are you able to tell us about the bruises on Dawson in terms of whether they're fresh or old?
They were all red and purple in appearance, so they were more recent.
And based on your examination of Dawson, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And did you determine that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit the original photos of Cora and Dawson as for identification, and the other, the ones that were just shown to the jury as exhibits.
So mark the first set for identification.
N and O for identification.
All right. Then over the defendant's objection, using the same analysis as stated in sidebar, those other photographs may be admitted.
The photos of Cora and then Dawson as the next exhibits, please.
It's 228 and 229.
And then the, excuse me, that certificate of Cora Marie Clancy as the next exhibit.
I have no objection to that.
All right. That may be admitted.
230. And the that certificate of Dawson William Clancy as the next exhibit. And nothing further, thank you.
Ms. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Watch this now.
All right. Members of the jury, we're going to break at this time. I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I would expect the schedule similar to what we had today. I'm going to remind you again, don't talk about this case, don't read about this case, don't read about any similar cases, don't watch anything, don't do any research. Put this out of your head for tomorrow morning, all right? And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
Court, all rise. Good. Go to the notebooks. Place them on your chairs, please. This way, please.
There we have it. So court is done for the day. As you guys know, tomorrow is the one day I won't be on live, as I am speaking at a nursing graduation. My alma mater is there pinning tomorrow. So I will be speaking tomorrow there. It is for 1 o'clock. I have to be in New York. So I will not be on tomorrow, but we will reconvene on Friday at 9:15. And we will be here Saturday to make up for today, to kind of talk about all the evidence and what we're seeing, the inconsistencies, etc., and things like that, and putting some pieces of the puzzle together and see where we are after week 2. But that's day 12. Ended there with a very shaky Lindsay Clancy and good testimony from Leticia Dukes at the end. She painted a very different picture of her approach with Lindsay and what she kind of got out of Lindsay. I feel that she couldn't be as manipulated as the other providers. She's like, no, I didn't see depression. She was laughing. She wasn't addicted to substances. The providers were more patient, calm, and definitely, I know we're not gonna have our time, we're not gonna have our time tomorrow, but I will thank you guys for tuning in to Nurses in the News. We had a long day today, but we hung in there with the sidebars and the breaks, and it looks like the prosecution the facts are there, and I stand strong on my opinion that Lindsay Clancy knew what she was doing when she did it. She was not psychotic or out of her mind. So thanks for tuning in to Nurses in the News. Remember, this is sponsored by Emerge Weight Loss, emergeweight.com. If you are looking to lose some weight or start on your GLP-1 journey, they have a major discount going on right now. So you can find that at emergeweight.com. I will see you guys on Friday at